because it has the times on it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll let you know when
15-minute
we're
break.
live.
Okay. My
Does it have the
enthusiasm is
times on it?
underwhelming. My
Yeah,
enthusiasm is
okay.
underwhelming.
Come on, it's gonna be fun.
All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, it is
Numbers. Thank
12:06
you.
and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the budget number 1B workshop agenda of Monday, July 28th, 2025, in the city of Lake Worth Beach. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Who's, do we pledge the flag at these? It's not on the agenda.
I think we ought.
Yeah, I'll lead it.
Yes,
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, department, from noon until 12:30, we are quite timed because we have so much to do. We're starting with the electric fund itemizations and supplements, and Mr. Brown has something he'd like to say.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to mention, it was, our electric, utility director, his birthday yesterday, so he's not back until tomorrow. We did talk last week. We do have Brian here, Assistant Director. If anything comes up, that we don't have answers to, Ed said he can cover it tomorrow, the utility meeting during the update. So we'll be taking notes in case something,
Sounds-
but Brian can probably cover it all.
We completely supported that at FMEA this weekend, by the way.
Yes, we did. It was a wonderful conference. Ed and Brian and the whole staff was so recognized as being exemplary. We're gonna have to talk about, I want to do that at some recognition at a regular commission meeting, not at a utility meeting, so that more people can. Because they're
Ed
really-
was sworn in as the new president of FMEA.
He's the
So-
new president of FMEA. Yeah, no, and everyone that I spoke to from FMPA and FMEA were like, you are so lucky to have that man. So, because they remember what it was like before.
Yes.
Okay, so. Questions?
Can I just add something, please, Madam
Please
Mayor,
do.
to the admission? Good afternoon.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you for the opportunity to address your questions by department. Monica McNaughton, Assistant Finance Director for Budget. We are on a time schedule, if that's okay with you. And to keep us on that time schedule, the city clerk was just going to let us know when we're at 5 minutes away from that time, just to make sure you all get a chance to answer all of your questions with this department, if that's okay with you.
Thank you very much.
And then I just want to remind you that the book that you received last week with the agenda packet, the last tab are the supplementals.
All right.
So that's where if you have questions about the supplementals, they're in the back. So I will hand it over. Absolutely. So now it's your opportunity to answer our requests or ask questions specifically to electric.
Okay, so it looks like when there's other things to do, but just under supplementals,
Mhm.
it looks like there are on page 101, electric fund questions.
Yes. And then in your budget book, again, that's this large one with the blue cover.
Yeah.
The electric department starts on, and it's tabbed, starts on page 133.
I'm on 247.
Okay.
What color?
I apologize. It is 213. I said 133.
Yeah,
Sorry about
213.
that. Yes, 213 for electric
Oh, it is.
and 101 for the supplemental.
Take the math teacher.
Are we doing questions on the supplementals too, or just the stuff?
Yes, anything that you have related to electric questions?
Anything electric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is.
I know that Anthony had quite a few questions that he submitted, which I appreciate. We're getting copies of those in just a minute so that we can go along and look at them. Because quite a few of them were electric related. So let's just do the supplemental before we have those things in front of us. or any other questions. It's page 101 of the white book.
Madam Mayor, while you're looking, my light is on.
Yeah, I see that. I'll be right with you. Okay, so page 101 and 102. So these are all, there's quite a few different ones. Okay. So the first one up is 10,000. Brian, why don't you just walk us through what they're asking for? And then we'll get to questions. Brian?
Sure. What,
I'm
I don't,
looking at the supplement. I believe it starts at page 101 for the supplemental request from electric.
sure, I could walk you through those.
I mean,
Great,
it's
thank you.
$10 million. It's kind of important.
It's a big one.
It's the first.
Almost 11 million.
While they're doing that, Madam Mayor, last Friday, we had sent out, questions and answers, last Friday evening. We didn't receive anything over the weekend, so you said you were getting copies of something, so I just wanted to-
Of the questions, that email that with the questions and the answers.
yes.
That's what we're getting, just so that we have them.
Oh, just a copy of the
Yeah,
email.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Make sure there wasn't something additional.
No.
No.
Okay, Ms. McCoy, what's your question? If unless they're working, then it would be.
Well, two things I was just gonna suggest there, this is a 10 million supplemental and there are a number of 10 grand and 8 grand small items. Maybe 2,000, maybe we don't need to go through all of those. But I did have some questions, the bigger ones
Yeah.
Well,
for Brian,
Well,
if I might be able to ask it.
well, actually, let him go through it and then it might answer your questions. Let's do it that way.
Can I just ask a question about the layout of this? So, or maybe this is for Monica. So when.
Madam Mayor, I had my light on.
I understand that. And
I asked to make a question.
Right.
Could I do that before you allow somebody else without their light on to proceed?
Well, what I said was that we're gonna have Brian.
And then you proceed to
explain.
allow some.
She asked a question. Mr. McCoy, take a deep breath.
Yes.
It's
Madam
fine.
Mayor,
We're,
I have a
we're gonna
question
defer to
I would
Mr.
like to
Brian,
ask.
and when Brian is done, you will. Thank you. Ms. May, do you have a quick question?
Yeah, I just want to know, and maybe this will help other people as well, the difference between what they brought forward in the first budgeted thing and the supplemental. Can you explain why is some in one thing and why is there some in the other?
Yes, so these items are already included in the budget, but they are items that were significant increases. This is something we've traditionally done. If there was a significant increase, it just provides an additional explanation to call out that explanation so you can see what that is.
So we're not adding $10 million to what they've already
It's already
requested.
included, or it's a brand new item that wasn't previously included last year. So something very significant or wasn't included last year as a supplementals already included for workshop 2. When we do have supplementals, those are items that were not previously included in the budget. And we're calling them out because they weren't included. There's a change from workshop 1 to 2, but we have not made any changes from our first workshop last week, Monday, to this workshop.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah, really quick. Just for the sake of time, it might be easier if you guys have specific, instead of going through every single supplemental, it might be easier to ask specific questions on. And also wanted to mention, as far as the supplementals are concerned, this is where you guys can decide if there are other things you might want to look at putting money toward. This is where you could say, well, maybe this isn't a priority this fiscal year.
Right.
Let's see if we can save this amount of money, put that towards something else. So that's where the
But these are
supplementals
not
where we can
budgeted
put-
items at this point. These are outside the budget.
They are included.
She said they are
They
included.
are included.
Okay.
And then we do have a list of the supplemental items that were requested at the last meeting from you all, the commission. I think there's
Mhm.
about 4 or 5 items. They're not included yet. We'll show you those items as well.
All right.
Potential costs. We'll show you the
Okay.
list.
All right, review that. Mr. McCoy, would you ask your question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 112, we have about a 3 million expenditure for FMPA Solar 2 Whistling Duck site, and it indicates how it fits into our benefits, increased solar, reduced carbon footprint. What is the length of that contract in years?
I believe that's a 20-year contract.
And is that a fixed price?
Yes.
Either flat or
No,
a
that has-
known, it's a known price throughout the 20 years, correct?
It's a known price for that 20 years, but that does have an escalator on
Right.
it. So,
But it's a known price,
Correct.
which means, would it be fair to say that that should add in terms of the strategic planning benefit pillar or whatever, that this provides a hedge against natural gas price variations over the next 20 years? We know
absolutely.
exactly
Yes,
what.
we know what that price is going to be. So it's easier for us to budget, much easier for us to budget what our costs will be overall between the two solar assets that we do have, as well as the nuclear on top of that. Those fixed prices
Are helpful.
correct, and they're not subject to the fluctuations of natural gas.
Right,
pricing.
okay, I think it'd be helpful to add that in just so the public knows there are benefits there. Do you happen to know, and I don't remember at one point I knew, the nameplate megawatt hours and ideally, I mean, not nameplate megawatt hour, nameplate megawatts and some idea of megawatt hours that we're likely to get out of it?
Yes, I do have the nameplate. The nameplate of the solar site itself is 74.5 megawatts, but
max.
right, ours take is on this asset is 20.9.
Megawatts.
And I have the annual output. I could give that to, it's 20.725. I apologize. Nope, check that. 20.9. I was correct the first 20.9. And we do have our Rice Creek, which is currently online at 13.275.
I don't need the megawatt hours now. It would be nice maybe for the next one to have the megawatt hours as a percent of our total portfolio.
Sure.
Because that one. And then the other one, we're doing 6 million for we're purchasing more power
What page?
and I guess
Page, what page?
111. And that's partly because a couple of things are going, well, one, coal is going off, good. And I guess we anticipate a bit more. How does it, maybe my question is 6 million, how does that compare to what we are roughly doing now? I guess it's a slight increase, maybe.
Well, that additional 6 million is for the, as you mentioned, this
That's to replace
Stanton is
Stanton.
coming off, right? That unit is coming offline. That's about 11 megawatts an hour. So those 11 megawatts will have to be picked up as additional supplemental. So we are in the middle of the RFP for a new supplemental contract. So our numbers here are based on a rough what we estimate those numbers will look like. We don't have hard numbers yet,
Sure.
and we can refine that once we award the new supplemental contract. But yeah, that's to cover those 11 megawatts that are going to go away from Stanton
And
for the most
just
part.
out of curiosity, since you gave us the megawatts, the page 112 is we're getting roughly 21 megawatts nameplate, and I recognize that's not megawatt hours, for 3 million.
Right.
But we are paying natural gas twice that for 11 megawatts. Now, I recognize the Stanton runs continuous, whereas the solar doesn't. So
Correct.
that's where the megawatt hours would be helpful. But it's striking that, you know, at the megawatt level, we're paying twice as much as for the solar.
I don't know if it's twice as much, yeah, but there is some savings with the solar. We have seen savings when we look at what the Rice Creek has brought online. There is a savings when it's compared to
Even now, when gas prices are not too crazy, we don't know what they're going to do in the future, but they aren't going to go down.
correct. Yeah.
My last question.
We is now, we,
May
let
I
Mr.
finish my
Sig-
question?
actually, let Mr. Segrich ask, I'm really watching the time at 12:30, we've got to be done. Let Mr. Segrich ask 1 and 2, and then we can go back to you if we have time. Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. It's my understanding that those costs for purchasing the gas and the solar, it's more of a cost of goods sold, that we're purchasing that power and then reselling it out to the customers, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So there's a margin made on all of those expenses. And I don't know if it's possible, but maybe in the future, it might be good to see the electric fund, because it is more of a cost of goods sold model, to break out things that are cost of goods sold, because I think to the general public, they look like $10 million expenses where they're really polling costs. You know, we're paying 10 million, but we're bringing in 15 or 20 million or whatever the number is above and beyond that. And that might shed some clarity on a lot of these things to make them look like less of expenses. So just a suggestion, I don't know if that's possible, but for me, it would have added clarity because I did ask the same questions and finally got the understanding, and it all made sense what was going on there.
Is that something you all can do?
Yeah, we can put that together. Yeah.
Um,
And I will say this supplemental increase here for those 11 megawatts, that's a savings compared to the 11 megawatts from Stanton. Stanton is an expensive unit to run. So if we pay with that unit retiring and us picking up additional supplemental, that's more economical for us.
My next question is on page 224 of the larger budget book, interfund admins. We're seeing a 21.15% increase in the use of admin services, I guess, from the city. Is there a particular reason for that allocation increase? Because it seems like the electric has a tremendous amount of interfund admin costs.
Sure, so
That's a finance question.
so that is the one that we said we were working on having a cost allocation study done next year. We're using a model that has been used for some years. It's based on the expenses. So the expenses are increasing. So obviously the inter-admin fund is increasing. But next year, 27 or 26, we have in the budget to do a cost allocation study to give us some clarity on what that fee should be.
Okay, and the inter-admin fund goes into the general fund,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So on page 217, utility customer service, other contractual services. It's nice to see an 18% reduction in that. What is covered under the other contractual services? Is that our phone operations and such?
I don't have that 100%. What that is, that may be. Okay, sure. That's for us. We changed our call center over. And so those are additional savings from switching that call center
Okay.
from Anko to whoever our internet would know better who our new one is.
Overall administration went up 35%, which is significantly higher than kind of some of the other sections of the fund. Is there, I noticed there's $300,000, sorry, page 218, midway. Yep. $300,000 in machinery that looks like it was allocated in 2025, but probably not spent. So it got reallocated in 26. Any just general indication why we're going up about 35% in admin versus some of the others?
Sure. Right at the top of my head, I think some of that is related to the grant. We're going to have to take on additional staff to work through those grant dollars and the projects that are associated with that grant. So I believe that's a lion's portion of that.
And you got to phone a friend.
Oh, yeah, of course. Miss Keisha.
Hi, Keisha McNish, Budget Utilities Manager. The reason for that charge for the 300,000 where you see in the administration is because that was set to do some work in EU as far as the office space. However, it depends on how much new and staff comes on board. So that is to renovate. So when I say renovate, the more stuff we have, we're going to need cubes, we're going to need office space and that stuff. So that's why you see it is being repeated from year to year because we haven't spent the money yet.
Okay. Just for finance, it might add more clarity if it was described as such versus machinery. You know, it's a renovation kind of charge. Machinery to me, I'm thinking power generation or something.
Okay, I'm going to move on after Ms. Malega and then Ms. May. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I know that we have finally come to an understanding with the union. My concern is page 117, $500,000 increase in overtime seems exuberant, especially when I keep seeing all these contracts come across. And I know that we've had problems in the past with grab-alls when it comes to overtime. and that is concerning me. So can I get some clarification in regards to $500,000?
Sure. So what we had done previously was we would capitalize a lot of that work. We would take that O&M and move it to capital dollars. However, it would still show up originally on the budget on the month to month or year to date. It would show up as overages on overtime that we would be way above our overtime budget. Even though by the end of the year, we would take those dollars from capital and put them back into the O&M. So it would all even out at the end of the year. But under the advice of, I think it was the internal auditor, we said, hey, you might as well just budget for that anyway and add those dollars. You're going to spend it, you know it. So put it in the budgets originally so that it all looks legitimate on the month to month or year to date
Okay,
basis.
so is a lot of this overtime coming from the SHRIP program, and are we
Yes,
using that
100%.
bonding fund to offset that cost? Is that where the funds are coming from?
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
yes.
Ms. May?
That was my
Oh, okay. Mr. McBoy, we've got 4 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. My most important question is, how many years are we into the current apprenticeship program? And how many students do we have into it?
I believe we're on year 3 and we have 4 apprentices.
Okay, so we're coming up.
Sure, to have
Yeah.
certified linemen.
And do we have in the budget anywhere a consideration for a person who will be the instructor for that in the future? Because my understanding of the apprenticeship program is that something that you want to keep running on a continuous basis, that there's always a certain amount of, you lose some linemen that move or retire
Yes.
or move to another company, whatever they do. And you need to have folks in the pipeline. They also do work on it. So can you tell us a little bit about what the plan is for instructors for that?
We have several of our linemen who are certified to be instructors currently. And so we maintain I think we have 5 or 6 of them that are teachers that are available to teach the apprentice program. And we'll continue every year. We go through, hey, who wants to be a teacher, who wants to get certified, and they run their certifications. So we keep that rolling and make sure we always have
Good.
plenty of apprentice teachers within the department.
Okay, excellent. On page 114, I'm seeing a $5,000 new fund that says new account to capture the avoided costs, which is returned to rooftop solar customers who generate solar in excess of their total demand. I'm a little unclear of that. Is that saying that we have a certain number of rooftop solar customers in the city? Some of them generate in excess of what they use. This avoids us some cost because we don't have to purchase that power from OUC or wherever.
Correct.
And in addition, we do pay them back a certain amount.
Sure, we pay them back the avoided cost, and this has been ongoing for years since we've had our solar program. We've just decided, Keisha mentioned that we should bring it out as a separate line item. So we were taking it out of the power generation budget in some GL account, and this just gives it its own GL account so we can follow this every year.
Which I think is a great idea. I think it's important for us to note that when people, sometimes there are those who are not huge fans of rooftop solar, it's apparently costing us for the excess generation less than 5,000. So that's good.
Okay, I see Mr. Segrich's light is on. We're down to 2 minutes. I'm gonna let Mr. Segrich have a question.
So on page 221, under power systems operation, just the 2 questions there. Again, staff appearing to go up 25% and other contractual services going from what looked like in 2023, 2024, almost a non-existent number to now 900,000. Is that also part of the SHRP program? What's going on, or?
That's for power system operations. That's a majority of those costs are related to the new tile line that's gone into service. That did go into service on Tuesday. And the costs with the CTOP with overseeing that, those breakers and the functionality of those breakers, opening and closing those breakers, we subcontract that work out because that's a whole different level of NERC requirements, NERC training and NERC certifications. And so we have OUC, we have contract with OUC amongst other utilities who have OUC for that same service to control those breakers.
Okay. And for those that don't know, that second tie line gives us an extreme level of reliability now that we didn't.
Correct. 100% backup reliability.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
Brian, why don't you just make a quick announcement to the folks listening about the second tie line, because we're at 2:30, we got to move on.
Yes, our tie line did go into service on
Real quick.
Tuesday, our second tie line, which gives us two separate feeds to the entire city. So as folks in the city may remember, during storms or other events where we would lose the tie line, the entire city is without power. The power plant has to start up its engines and try to maintain power for the city. That's a very tightrope to walk, and anything can upset those generators to take themselves offline. We now have two separate feeds coming into the city, completely separate. So if one fails, we have 100% redundancy, and both of those systems can supply the entire city with power. So the reliability has
Wonderful.
jumped up 100% since Tuesday. Yes.
And as expected, Brian had all the answers to all of our questions. Thank you very much. Now we move on to water.
Can I just add one item? Commissioner Sigridge had a question about machinery and equipment. On page 229, there's an itemization. So it is accounted for, for accounting standards and that machinery and equipment, but then there's a listing out. So just take a look at that and see if you have any feedback or you can let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Water, stormwater, local sewer, regional sewer. Itemizations and supplements. We have 1/2 hour. Who's up?
Starts on page 249 for the water fund, just so you know, and the itemizations, because that might help us to move a little faster just for the water.
That's good.
I'm just going to give you the page number for the itemization. Give me just a second.
I think it's 128, Monica.
256
Oh, sorry.
for water fund itemizations. And then I think 128 is the supplementals.
Yes.
Thank you.
128 in supplemental control. And
Stuttering.
247 in the big book,
I'm sorry?
257, makes all.
Yes, itemization.
There we go.
Actually 256 for water, and then 128 or 129 for the supplement.
Okay, Ms. Malega, I see you have a your light on.
Thank you. My question is, when I went for the supplementals, I'm a little concerned that when we have our utility meetings, we get a really thorough update with electric utility in regards to PCA costs and where we are and kilowatts and base price and minimum price. I feel like we're missing the mark on the water department. I don't know, I didn't see it in here, and we always talk about cost of service. What does it cost to get that electric to that home? What does it cost me to get water to a home or a water meter that's sitting in an abandoned property? I would like to find out what a cost of service, because I don't see it in here for the supplementals. What would that look like for us? Because I think that's important. I think it's an important conversation. We're talking about raising rates, but I don't know if raising those rates is going to even pay for the cost of the service to get the water to the person's house. And I really thought long and hard over the last week and a half about all these rates that we're talking about potentially increasing. And yes, that makes sense if we're covering our costs. If we're still missing the mark, I don't want to come back here 6 months from now and say we still are missing the mark. So I don't know how much that would cost. I don't know what that looks like, but I don't see it in any of the proposed supplementals.
Sorry, Norman. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. The rate study for 26 for the water department. And I think we allocated what 70,000. You said we were looking.
We got a quote that we did, right. We went out to get a quote, and the quote came back as too high that we could just award it. So we have to put together an RFP, put it out on the street, and then award it once we receive bids. We are looking at some of our CCNA contracts, which are contracts that have already been approved by the city, to see if any of our vendors are capable and have the capabilities to perform a cost of service study where we could just issue a task order rather than an RFP. But we have recognized this in water that we do need a cost of service study. So we have recognized it. We have gone out to look at it. That cost came back too high for us just to award. So we're looking at alternatives, whether it's an RFP or if we can use a task order with a CCNA. But
Thank you for that, but not a rate conversation, because we saw that.
no, cost of service study.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that kind of goes along with Mr. Segrich's idea about how commission is committed to transparency. And the more people know about what's going on, the more comfortable and informed they will feel. So I thank you. Okay, Mr. McFoy.
Would it be correct, Brian, to say that while the Stantec modeling is not a cost of service study, it does include sort of at a somewhat less granular level, quite a bit of that information, thinking about, well, how are costs generally going up in that industry? How is our rate doing? So it gets at part of that, not saying that we don't need to do the cost of service, but we're not operating in the dark. Stantec
Correct.
has a lot of information.
Right. No, the Stantec is more of an high level expenses versus revenues, and then forecasting how much do you have in your reserves? Are you able? So they look at that from a higher level, 10,000 foot level. But the idea, as Commissioner Malega brought up, is what does it cost to serve a resident with a meter before they get one drop of water? What does that
Yeah.
cost? The infrastructure, right? So a cost of service study should be done about every 5. The same with electric utilities, as within water utilities. Every 3 to 5 years is probably prudent to do a cost of service study.
Great, thank you. We have a few things. We've got water, stormwater, local sewer, regional sewer. Any questions on any of those? Oh, Mr. Segrich, just please light on.
I had a question on the water fund, and it might just be the way that it's being accounted. In the 11/17 sheet that Yannick provided at the beginning of last meeting.
The fund balance?
Yep, the fund balance sheet. It's saying FY 2024 fund balance audited 57 million. And based on our expenditures, the reserves needed are about 9.9, 10 million. We've got 42 million in capital investments. Is that saying that we have 42 million reserved for capital investment in the water fund, or help me understand?
I'll defer to Yannick. I don't have that sheet.
Yes, so that's $42 million in infrastructure, net of debt proceeds. So that's what that has the breakdown of the net investment in capital assets. That's what the $42 million is.
The fund balance isn't 57
No.
million in cash.
No, it's not. Okay. Yes.
Me too. I just, just in reading so on this sheet, when you've got the audited fund balances,
Correct.
Are they also including capital assets?
Yes.
Fund balance?
Total. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I go ahead and then I break it down further. I take out the net investment in capital assets and other restriction. But I will have that updated for the 21st because I still have to reconcile with Stantec.
I have a quick follow-up question.
Yeah, Ms. Malega?
Does that include the 7+ million that we spent repairing the pipe?
That's in the original SWA capital project.
But that number's in here.
No, it's not on that. This is just operating. That's in the capital project. That will be in the part of the regional SWA.
301 and 1.
It's not under that, it's in capital assets?
It will be on the regional SWA side of it. But on the regional SWA, we took out a loan for that, for those repairs, right? So you're not even going to see that as part of the,
So it's not even-
no, you're not going to see that. I'll present it on the 21st.
Mr. McVoy?
Yes. Thank you. My comments are on the stormwater utility. I was just reading some national thinking about flooding and planning for it. And very interesting comment from a hydrologist that says, in contrast to fire, where we plan ahead for fire protection, we don't think about flooding anywhere near as much nationally, not just here locally. And so I know that we've increased the budget for the stormwater utility. I want to emphasize that one of the reasons that the discussion, national level discussion is happening is it's known that we are on the trajectory already, and we're seeing it. We saw it in Texas. We saw it even in the mountains, both of Vermont and North Carolina, that we are getting more intense rainfall, and the intensity of rainfall amounts may or may not be increasing, but the intensity is, and that is highly significant for flooding. In addition, we are a coastal community, so any increase in sea level rise is an increase in the Lake Worth Lagoon, makes it more difficult to do stormwater because you ultimately discharging to the ocean. So I encourage us and I want our community to know that the increases to the budget, and I will be looking for more, because 3 million is not going to get us out of the woods. We know, for instance, one street, 18th Avenue South, we spend on the order of either 600 or 800 million for pumps. We will be needing pumps at some point and increasing. in various places. It's going to be very expensive. So as we look at what happens during storms and we see on-street flooding, dealing with that is going to be expensive. So keep stormwater funding in the eye.
Thank you. I think it was 80,000, not 80 million, right?
Huh?
It was 80,000, not 80 million on 8th.
I didn't say 80 million.
You actually
I
did.
800.
did. You may have thought, but you did say a million, just correcting you.
Okay, if I
right,
said
Ms.
80 million,
Malega.
obviously that's
Ms.
correct.
Malega.
My concern is page 139, that
That the
Palm Beach
itemization.
County is increasing our fee from 20,000 to 30,000 for ad valorem processing fee. That's a 50% increase
Is that every city having that done? Do you know?
on page 139 and 149 in the supplemental book. That seems exuberant when we haven't added that many more homes to our city.
I need to double check. I'm just looking at the itemization.
I could bring my lifeline, Alicia.
And then my other question
Up here.
Lifeline, page 140, the tipping fee, are we just transferring that from refuse? Because refuse used to pay that tipping fee for the stormwater, or is this a new fee that, how we paid for it before? And should I have seen a deduction in Public Works?
That's
I
in
guess that'd be my
the
question.
supplemental. Yeah, I don't have, that's not on mine. That's
No, stormwater.
okay.
Okay,
Just introduce yourself first.
Alicia Nemad Juarez, budget manager for water, sewer, storm, regional sewer. For the Palm Beach County ad valorem,
Yeah.
that right now, the fee for this year was 28,000.
So we only
So
budgeted for
so I
20,
just,
and we came in 8,000 higher.
yep,
Okay,
Correct.
so we under budgeted.
Correct.
right. But before it
They
used to be
raised it,
20,
yeah.
so
Thank you
Yeah.
for the clarification. So I was like 50% increase. Who do we have to call? That's crazy. Thank you.
But
And then
still,
for the tipping fee,
Hi, Melissa Sturdivant, Budget Manager, Public Works. Tipping fees, these are for the roll-offs for the street sweeper. It wasn't budgeted last year in this account. It was budgeted the year before. So we weren't aware that we had stormwater accounts that were accounted for through our street sweeper. So
okay,
this is just for the street sweeper.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any comments? Yep, Mr. Segrich? Yeah, we were getting ahead of schedule there.
Sorry. I'll be quick. In looking at the beach fund, their water comes from West Palm or Palm Beach.
West Palm.
And the amounts that we're paying there doubled in most cases. I know it's probably a long shot, but just to ask the question, is it possible for us to have an irrigation well there or some sort of Lake Worth water so we're not paying $200,000 to another city for irrigation water?
Cost more to connect. It would cost more to connect.
It might, it's just a long shot. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, to put water out to the beach, you know, that's got to be a few $1 million to get the pipeline out there.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at where's our nearest lateral, how do we get it out there? You know, I would imagine that undertaking would be tremendous. As far as a well, I mean, you could look at that, the filtration you would need. I mean, it's not going to be anywhere near the quality of Lake Worth Beach water, so maybe we don't want to do that, but we can look at all options. I mean, it's all, yeah.
And if we end up someday maybe getting a deal with Palm Beach, we'll have to do that anyway.
The Jack and Boar operation alone, just to get under the lagoon, and then the saltwater intrusion for the wells. It's a substantial project.
you don't want to
Okay, thank you.
put your well.
All right, so I think we're a little ahead of schedule, 12:43. We're doing good. Up next is general fund itemization and supplement.
Madam Mayor, given that we are ahead, might I finish my last question for the electric fund since we have 60 minutes?
Mr. McFoy, if we can get out of here at a reasonable time, we've got a 6 o'clock meeting after this, so I think let's just keep moving on. You can certainly ask Brian any questions.
And Ed will be back tomorrow.
That'll be back tomorrow. You can ask him tomorrow night. Thanks. General fund. Yeah, tomorrow night. We're gonna get it. All right. we're-
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not trying to silence, but
Okay, general fund, in your blue book, your operating budget. Those itemizations start on page 67. That's the first tab.
Thank you, Hector, for the big fun.
Yes.
And then, I'm just going to find it in supplementals. It's going to also be the first couple of pages. Page 5 is where supplementals start. And it goes in order. It starts with city commission and moves through each department within the fund. I'll pause and see what questions you have.
What staff member, or is any staff member that we pull up out of the pool? That's gonna be interesting. Overall review, yeah.
Just an overview question. So on page 21, it talks about where all the revenues come from for the general fund, and it says contribution. Is that just from the electric, or do other funds make contributions to the general fund too? I'm on page 21 of the blue book with all the different colored dots,
Yes, give me just a second.
but that's a significant portion of the general fund, and it's the green. And I just want to know if that's just coming from electric fund, or are there other funds?
Those are, Monica, but those are gonna be all your enterprise funds, so that's.
All
not-
the enterprise funds,
Yes,
they're
correct.
giving 8%.
That's solid waste, that's your water and sewer utilities, everything.
Okay, and they're all, that's all at 8% from each fund?
I believe, so they were all, I think it's across the board, 8%.
Yes, that is correct. And that's based on ordinance. Let me just double check what the act.
So that-
It's 8, 5, and 9.
Yes, there's a 8% charge on the gross revenues and also the admin fee. It's a combination of the two.
And all of that goes into contribution?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the,
If you look on page 26, it's listed out by fund.
oh, I know, but that was my question. What's the difference between if you look on page 26, the transfer and the contribution?
Those transfers are, those are the maintenance accounts. So we did something different. You may recall last year, we started having each fund, we transferred all their maintenance funding to the general fund in a bucket. It's still itemized by fund and department, so that the departments have funds reserved for maintenance for each of their facilities or things that they may need to take care of. And they work in collaboration with Mr. Brown's team to take care of those maintenance items, but then it's dedicated funds just for that.
Okay.
All right. Okay, all right. I see a lot of lights on. We only have so much time. We're gonna time. Madam Clerk, can you time for us, or should I?
I can time, Madam Mayor.
Oh, Madam Clerk, thank you. Let's do 4 minutes each. Mr. McVoy is up first, 4 minutes, Malega and Segridge.
I'm following up on Commissioner May's question. I'm looking at page 22. I think it's more or less the same information as page 21, but just for this FY 26. Contribution is almost as big as ad valorem property taxes. And if I want to make sure I and all of us understand correctly, contribution is the total of, or the sum of 8% of the gross for the different enterprise funds, plus whatever we charge in the way of admin funds, which if I remember from the last time, we say we have X amount of cost of admin for the general fund and for everybody, and we prorate that by your gross funds, gross revenues,
Expenses. It's
by
based,
expenses.
it's based on
That makes more
expenses.
sense.
And that's the one we're doing a cost allocation for study for next year.
Right, so we might shift that around a little, but it's unlikely to change greatly. And then somebody mentioned that there was a page where we could look at how the different funds contributed into that. And if somebody.
Page
could remind me-
26.
Which one?
26 of your budget book.
Oh, but there's no graph. You know how I like graphs, but okay, we'll come back to that. No, it's here. I just also would like to note that we're aware on page 22, which does have a quite nice graph. By my quick calculation without a calculator, the first three items, ad valorem, which is property taxes, the contributions from the enterprise funds, state shared revenues, and then utility service taxes also from a bit restricted, a smaller set of just the enterprise funds. That gets you to 87% of our budget, roughly 90%. So all the rest of it is there, but it's, you know, we're in the 0.08s and the 0.29%. So as we think about changing the revenues to the city, and we could talk about all those things on the long list there, but they're small potatoes. So let's say we doubled our business licenses, so we would shift our income there from 2% of the budget to maybe 4%. So we need to be realistic as we as a commission think about, because I hear a lot from the commission, you know, we're short on money, we need to be thinking of things that generate money. We need to also be realistic about the sizes of the various pots, and what makes a noticeable dent in it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Okay, I'm gonna go fast because I have quite a few on this one. On page 67 for the supplementals, citywide code review, new request of 250, and then under that is a historic asset review of 250. I don't remember us ever having a conversation that we were going to spend $250,000 on a historic asset review.
67 of one.
Page 67 of the supplemental. Historic asset review, City Hall Annex, $250,000 just to review the history on that building. So I'll let you guys pontificate on that one.
Oh, I don't think it's the history. I think it's a condition.
But
Page 67. down.
next one I have is page 23 in the actual budget book. This is from probably Mr.
Okay.
Waters.
So we could let them do one first.
Well, why they're working on that. I said I have quite a few and you
You
only
can
have 4
defer to
minutes.
Mr. Brown. I think he has an answer for you.
Yeah, so that was the, if you recall, kind of like we were doing with Ziskovich for the beach project. Remember, we had the 3 different properties. You had City Hall Annex, golf course. We had allocated basically 250 for each one of those. Should you guys want to go through the same type of process we're going through on the beach? Now, obviously, that is up to you
mean,
guys, if you would like to do
For
that.
all 3 or for one building is half $250,000,
That's,
$250,000.
it was a $750,000 item. So it was 250 per building for the entire.
I don't ever recall us having that is this just an earmark?
Well, it's in the supplemental, so it's something that if you guys aren't interested in doing, we would obviously pull from.
I think we
From
need,
the
I
budget.
would like to have a conversation on $250,000 for the City Hall Annex when we haven't even, first of all, we went out to bid
Yeah.
to get it redone and then we put a roof on and I would like to pause that personally. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I think that that's something that we need to pull and have a conversation on. My other one was for under plan review on page 23 in the budget book. Proposed budget for plan review development of only $40,000. Does that even cover our staff time?
Can you tell me the page number again?
Page 23 of the budget book?
Halfway down. A little more.
I feel that $40,000 is not compared to what we pay our staff when I look at payroll and the people who review these. I can't see how a development plan review is only $40,000 for the whole year.
Those I think are actually revenues.
But does that cover
just
our staff's
going
cost
to-
is the
Those
big
are
question.
revenues.
Those are revenues. I'm going to defer to the department. I don't know.
Because I know we're gonna be doing
Otherwise, we
our
can follow up with
fees,
you.
our fee study, but to me, $40,000, when I know how much time goes into these plan developments that come forward, I would like to make sure that we're not leaving money on the table.
Mhm.
Page 70, all the way down under city manager, Ackerman, $30,000. I know that we no longer have Ackerman because he resigned. And we do have a lobbyist, but I believe it's a quarter of that cost at 18 or 20,000. I can't remember the actual
What page
contract.
is that on?
Page 70.
Jumping all over.
Sorry, I earmarked and put little pink
Yeah, no, that's
tabbies
good.
everywhere. So Ackerman, that's the lobbyist.
That's all.
That should go
Correct.
to,
That should go to 8. No, we still have a lobbyist.
yeah, that's capital.
That's
Right.
right above that at Capital City.
Right, so I see that the one above that is budgeted for 36 and the one below that is 30, so that needs to be removed, the Ackerman. And because we don't have him any longer.
We will remove the Ackerman, and I believe Capital City was 46 or 48.
Then we renegotiate it.
Capital City.
Yeah, that's not Jared. We'd have to pull the contract, I guess.
We'll have to pull the contract because I remember Ackerman was at 30 and that went to 36 this past time. And that was because they wanted to jump up to 46 or 48 to match what Capital City was. And we said we weren't in agreement with
No,
that.
I think she's right. I think it was 36 they weren't that much more. So we just have to pull the contract and make sure we're in line.
No, I'm saying Ackerman used to be 30. They went to 36. So that's what we had been paying was the
Right.
36. So they were not at the same cost as Capital City.
Can we just reference pulling the contracts to see what
Yep.
we really paid for those services? I mean, we did get our ROI this year, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, really.
No complaints. We just want to make sure we have the right budget.
How many years was that contract for also? So obviously we drop Ackerman, but how many more years of Capital City do we have before we have to
We can follow up.
renegotiate?
Yeah, I believe it was our typical 3 years with
3
the
plus
the
2.
ability to add 2 additional 1 years. Yep.
Okay.
And then under page 98, real quick.
Can I just
see-
confirm? I don't want to move on before we make sure. So you want us to confirm the cost for Capital City Consulting. We'll remove Ackerman and then we'll confirm what that cost total should be.
Correct.
Thank you.
And
we'll
how long the
confirm
contract
How
is.
long the contract is. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
For the site plan review, I will defer to the department and come back to that one and I'll take your next question.
Thank you. Page 98. There's under police and fire, there's a huge jump for water and sewer. I mean, $12,000 for water up to 82,000. And sewer from 7 to 42,000.
So we do budget based on usage. I know that the departments are looking into the water fund is looking into what that usage, why that usage has increased overall for all departments. But
But
it's
are they paying these fees, the water and the fire department? Is that part of their contract? Because that's a huge increase of 587%. And if we're paying that, then we need to have a conversation with them on consumption. I'd like to know what that contract states as well.
That was 4 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We'll follow up. We can take a look at the contract. So that
Mr.
You're welcome.
Segrich.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Commissioner Malega's concern about that. Just in general, the allocations for water and sewer seem all over the place, depending on which department. I know we have a formula for that. But I think that needs to be a little more clear. Looking at our revenues, obviously we have rentals, leasing coming in, some of them tax exempt, some of them not. Without getting into specifics on this,
Page.
it's under the revenues.
revenues start on page 22.
They're mixed in throughout. I think as a commission, we need to look into make sure that any buildings that we're leasing include CAM, common area maintenance, such as water, sewer, electric, and so on. I don't believe all of our leases include that. I also think, since we're looking for revenue, as we look at the lease renewals, we have to explore probably setting a policy where we say market rate or 75% of market rate for any city properties that we're leasing out. Just, because we're looking in every area here, right, to save. Under the city commission section, we've yeah, I'm looking for it.
Itemization start on 67.
Page 31.
Is that of the budget book or the supplement?
Budget book.
Budget book, okay.
So 2024, we were at 475, 475, 2026, we're proposing 684. And I understand most of that is the addition of a full-time executive assistant for the city commission. I'm not going to put words in anyone up here's mouth, but my personal opinion is that we're okay. But we would need to discuss that as a commission. I see that as an area where we can have savings. The last part of my commentary is about all of these consulting fees that are scattered throughout. So Commissioner Malega rightly brought up $250,000 for the annex building, for this building, and so on. They're distributed throughout and kind of get lost within it. And I would not consider these to be operating expenses. So we hear a lot about, oh, this has to go in the CIP. This is the CIP. This is CIP. Well, $250,000 to investigate what we should do with the annex building, to me, is part of the CIP. Throughout this entire book, I have a question on every single line item that says other consulting services, because a lot of them where I looked and I asked, I received similar answers to that we just got, which was, oh, that's an earmark in case we need to present the option to the commission to go for it. And my concern is that we miss one, that we just approve it and it sits there and it's not actually something that we voted on to allocate. So I would like to see any of those consulting services that should be capital or CIP fall under that and actually be called out specifically so they don't get lost in the mix of all of these numbers.
Yes. So what we usually include in the CIP is items that we are going to be capitalizing. In this case, if it's just a plan review, that's more like an operating cost. But to your point, since we may or may not use the funds this year, we could include that, remove it from our operating, add it to our CIP as unfunded for you to discuss when we come back on the 21st of August.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm using the exact financial terminology where it needs to be, but for the basic is, I think we need to be a lot clearer on some of those, because for some of those, again, we didn't vote on it, right? It's there as a placeholder in case we wanted to follow that option. And there's other options we can follow with the annex building. We don't have to spend $250,000 to have a consultant look at that building. We already spent a lot of money to have consultants look at that building. So I would like to just see clarity in that moving forward, so that we don't have to go through every single consulting line item and ask the same exact question over and over again. And
so any items that are related to consulting that could potentially be related to CIP, we can work with the departments to put on the CIP for the workshop. And
some of them are truly consultants. Like I know in the water department, we have consultants, or we have outside people who come in and do mechanical work and so on. They're an outside consultant that's part of operating. But if we're hiring somebody to tell us what to do with a capital asset like the beach or something like that, I think that needs to be clearly outlined as such.
We can do that.
Here's another suggestion, because there are a lot of consultants that we use. If we just had a list of the consultants, but then, like which fund, is it capital, is it whatever it is. So we just have a total list of what consultants we have working for the city. Would that be helpful?
No, I was thinking like a whole list, like take the consultants out of each section and say electric consultant for this, building consultant for this, like a page, an itemized list of consultants. So, because it would be interesting to know all these consultants, what's the total? Because I'm sure it's not small.
Sure, we can work with the department.
That'd be great. Yeah, the more information we have, the better it is. And we can, we get a lot of questions out there. Yeah. And why? So if we have more information, we can answer the questions. I have a question. Oh, okay.
I just have one more quick one. And I know you're working on this. I had asked it, but I just wanted to voice it again. The property and liability. I know that's earmarked. It goes into our self-insurance fund. And looking at it, but our self-insurance fund is paying close to $4 million in insurance premiums. So, if it's a self-insurance fund, even my follow-up question to that, and hopefully you can get back to us, not now, but why are we at 4 million when 2 years ago we're at 2? Or close to 2, if we are truly trying to self-insure.
Here comes risk management.
I'm sorry. Lauren Slayton, HR Director. Those are big, we are self-insured up to 200,000, and then we are insured above that, or we're reinsured, and also that's claims. So we've had a bunch of big claims, and if you'd like to sit down with us, I could go over the claims. I don't think this is the place for it, but
Sure. I think the claims information would be good for us to understand.
let me know when you'd like
I think
to come down.
one-on-ones are best.
Yeah, I don't think that a public forum is an appropriate place for that, but I am very glad to one-on-ones or sit down with you if you'd like to set up a meeting. We could go over it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question, comment. When we talk about the annex building, my understanding, help me out here. My understanding was that the money that we were going to spend on the annex building was to assess the physical condition of the annex building.
That's already been complete. So that was
That's
the
an
complete
amount.
structural assessment. And
That's all
the
been done.
systems. That's all been done. And the other amount, remember we had 2 million that was allocated from the ARPA funds
Right,
for the annex building. We knew that wasn't going to cover a renovation,
right. We did the roof.
but that study actually came out of that amount, and as well as the 174,000 you guys just approved to move forward with the actual roof.
So the roof.
So that's what's coming out of that 2 million. So we do have a balance there, about 1.6 and change,
Okay.
close to 1.7. But this was, as we're doing with the beach, the overall assessment of possibilities and all this other stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I understand, it's a lot of money to spend, and I'm not one of a big fan of studies. But there's been conversations I don't know if anybody else is getting questions from citizens. Hey, here's another use for that building. What can we do with that building? Right. So we've gone from, we can go anywhere from keeping it as a city community center to turning it into a restaurant. So I think on some level we need to, we can't sit here and speculate. So I think I don't know, 250 is the amount that we need, but I think we should take a look at it because now we haven't even fixed the building yet.
Correct.
Well, you made a comment. We don't have to.
So we don't have to. If somebody's going to come in
Well,
and do a
it's right.
triple P, they can fix it.
Right, but okay, that's fine. So, okay.
And Madam Mayor, the difference being that we can always sit back and just wait and see if someone submits something, like an unsolicited proposal, and see if, what ideas are possibly out there, or you guys can decide this is what we are comfortable with. Like, these are the 3 or 4 things we as the city have decided we're comfortable with this usage being run out of the annex or for the golf course, say. And then people can then submit on one of those, or you can not do that at all and just say, hey, we'll just sit back and let someone else tell us what they want to do. So those are the different options. But again, we wanted to make sure we're at least accounting for it. If you guys decide not to go one way or another, that's fine. It's just we want to make sure we're accounting for it because it's come up multiple times.
So where we sit right now is we know what's wrong with the building. We put a new roof on just to preserve it. And we don't know what the next, and we don't have the money to fix it.
Correct. So
Okay.
we that was that
We're gonna bring a little reality check.
I believe it was almost 7 million, William, if I recall correctly, for the complete renovation. We obviously don't have 7 million sitting around to renovate that building, but that's where we know what we need to do to get that up to what it needs to be. It's just we don't know what you guys for the uses of that building will be moving forward.
So as far as the money that we have, and Malinga is asking about what happens to that money if we decide now not to go forward? Do we just keep it in a pocket somewhere? Okay.
So. Sorry. That money was part of the general fund, so in the operating fund, so we'll just move it to capital CIP, and it will just be listed as unfunded until further review.
We need to do something about that building.
Yep.
I'm not sitting here, but I'm just saying, thank you. I appreciate that because I thought we were going to have I think that we do need though to pay attention to this. So another year doesn't go by that we're still talking about what are we going to do with that building. So I'd like, in the middle of everything else that we're doing, I think we need to pay attention to that as well. Madam Clerk, how are we doing for time?
So should we, if I may, should we do the same with the golf, the golf course review? It was the same amount, 250 also?
Thank you.
It's like probably all three of them. So City Hall
Okay.
Annex and the golf course, they're budgeted 250 each. We probably just want to shift that money
Okay.
back over to the general.
So in your next budget book, you will see a surplus of approximately 500,000 in the general fund as a result of removing that, and the golf course will have 250
Be
extra.
750 total?
Well, 500 for the general fund and 250 for the golf course.
All right, thank you. I don't know how we're doing for time, Mr. McBoyle, student.
Madam Clerk, Madam Mayor, I apologize. You have 14 minutes left.
All right, Mr. Go ahead.
And Mr. Segridge did do his 4 minutes, so I don't know who's going next.
Oh, Mr. Segridge, would you like to finish your 4 minutes?
Just to add on that, I believe there were more than just those 3 consulting items that fall into the same boat. So we can treat all of them like that. I forget often which ones they were, but there are some that we did vote on that should be listed as funded in there, but taking them out of the operating.
Okay.
So they're identified. Okay, Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, I wanted to comment a little bit, since part of what we're doing here is deciding policy. What are we going to spend money on and so on? So I think it's helpful to have some of these discussions to follow a little bit on what the mayor said. We could take the 250 for the 3 buildings, the beach, the city hall, and the annex building, and take it off. And now we have a surplus in the budget, but we have no movement on the discussion of what are we going to do with these buildings. I'm not sure that 250 for a consultant is what we want to do, but I agree with the mayor that we shouldn't just kick the can down the road. Maybe not as part of the budget. I personally don't have a huge problem with setting aside some money in the budget to say, hey, when you get around to the discussion, there's a little bit of funding to do something with it. You don't have to spend it. You can choose not to. But if you don't set it aside, then when you get to that discussion and decide you do want to, you're out of luck because it's not there. You can do a transfer, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are different philosophies. Do you plan ahead or do you fix it after the fact? I don't know what's better. But I agree that there are things that we need to think about and take some action on. That wasn't actually what I wanted to talk about. I had a question for Commissioner Segridge, since we don't get to talk with each other outside of these public meetings. This is the place to do it. Commissioner Segridge mentioned that for any properties that the city owns, that we should be charging market rates and for rent on them if we're renting them. And my question for Mr. Segridge, and I guess for all of us here, would be, and I don't know the specifics, but I am moderately confident that we do have some buildings that are owned by the city that we rent to various types of nonprofits to do certain things that we as city government probably can't do, but that the nonprofits can find other funding and can find ways of doing. Would my colleague, Commissioner Segridge, be all right with the idea of distinguishing between when we rent to a business, that we should probably insist on market rate rents for that, but when we rent to a nonprofit that is providing community services, we might want to think a little bit differently. Do we need to be getting market rate, or do we need to be being happy that somebody is providing some services? For instance, social services, services to seniors. We do, for social services, almost nothing. For seniors, we do almost nothing. But there are organizations that are doing some of those things. I think it is in our interest to not necessarily be only thinking about the bottom line and my gosh, we got to get market rate for that rent. And I'm curious what the thinking would be from Commissioner Segridge or anyone else.
So you're talking like our Compass building and for the children and things like that.
A variety.
Whatever.
Of
I mean, nonprofits, so it's distinguish nonprofits from profit. Mr. Segridge?
So I think that before we can do that stuff, we have to make sure our roads are well-funded, our infrastructure is well-funded, and that we are a functional city. Right now, it's not about bottom line. It's about making sure that we can fund the things that have been traditionally underfunded in our city, like the roads, like the storm drains, and so on. So we have some very real infrastructure problems. We're not sitting on a surplus. So we have very limited revenue opportunities for the city as a whole. Now, on an individual case by case basis. If an organization is taking care of a city service that is traditionally offered by the service and it can be well quantified and defined, then that's of value. That's called in-kind value, and it's put right into the lease and it's considered as part of the payment. So it would have to be on an individual basis, but we need to look at our revenues and understand the serious situation that we are in as a city in terms of growing our revenues. We can annex, we can build up, we can build in, but we don't have a lot of other options. And the projections that Stantec have didn't paint such a rosy picture of where we'll be in 5 years if we don't start looking at some of this stuff.
If I might, Madam Mayor, follow up slightly.
Real quick, I want to keep this thing going. We're
Okay.
sort of off. I understand.
Well,
We want to have don't argue with me. I think we're a little off topic, but I'll give it a couple minutes.
There are those who think that governance, one of the most important things that elected governments do is allot the budget, because that's where you put your money where your mouth is. What do you think is important to do in the community? So a discussion of those priorities is clearly very central to the budget process. Now, if I might.
But not today. Not today. We'll have that conversation.
I love it. There's this East German song that the refrain is that it's a great issue, but now's not the time to bring it. No, it's a good song.
Okay.
I understand the issue of we are short funds, that infrastructure is, but I think we need to be very honest and realistic also. The costs of working on infrastructure, for instance, roads, are in the tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. The cost to work on buildings, one building, $7 million. The costs and the revenue, potential revenue by charging market rate versus perhaps a reduced rate to a nonprofit, you're talking maybe $100,000 a year. You are just not going to, on the backs of providing social services that the city traditionally is very poor at doing and is an important part of the functioning of the city. We need to be realistic and not just be waving, hey, we're short of money, so we got to charge market rate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. I want to cut you off. And Ms. Malegny has a question, I believe, and then we're going to move on.
I just would say that I agree that this conversation is important. I actually do agree with Commissioner McVoy. Please write this day and time down. That it needs to be a higher level conversation, but it's going to bring me back to, I don't see anything in the budget for talking about services and all these independent studies. I've been advocating for years up here that we need to hire a real estate firm to do our lease negotiations, and I don't see anything in the budget for that. I don't think it's fair to put that on staff. Staff is they're not real estate agents. They're not market analysis. And I would like to see that some kind of number come back. So we start putting a real number and real negotiations on the properties that we do have. Things are going to be coming forward and part of that PPP process and negotiations. But we also have the police and the fire and for the children and Compass. And we have a lot of leases, the beach club. I don't think that staff, because I've watched staff get ridiculed, torn apart, and it become a political football when certain people who are in politics don't like the outcome. So can we find out what that number would look like and bring that back for another budget conversation on hiring an outside firm? Because I've been asking for it for years.
Well,
Go ahead.
so we just got a whole market analysis done. Jake, there he's right there, for the beach club. So we knew, because that obviously is going to be coming up. So we needed to get an updated figure on what the market rate is for that space. We're going to do that with each one of these as they come up for renewal. So whether you guys want to actually go out for an actual firm, I think who did we use? Anderson Carr.
Yeah, I would like a firm to do negotiating on behalf of the city. I have seen staff be torn apart from the Benny's lease to the Head Start. And we have lost good staff people over this. It has become a political football. It's been made a conversation piece on the news. And let's just protect the city and spend a little bit of money and hire professionals to do this negotiation.
Well, and that's obviously up to each one of you. I think, for example, for the beach club, if we now are in receipt from a third party independent, what the market rate is for that space, then that's just something that's up to you guys. Are we going to charge market rate for this? Do you guys want to give a certain percentage below that, or what is acceptable but it's really not a negotiation if you have the
Yeah.
current market rate. So it's a matter of, do you want to pay for a company to,
But it is a negotiation if we're going out to RFP, if we're trying to get someone to pay the actual, right now, the person who's there, we don't know if they're paying what they should be.
Yeah.
And again,
Yeah,
I mean, I love our staff.
We do.
Our
Yeah.
staff is amazing, but I don't see anyone with a PhD in real estate investment and market rate rentals in here. And I think that that's important. You know, we do it for the CRA. We do it when, you know, we make sure that we cover our, you know, what's on every aspect. I think this is important when it comes to properties that are right now, everybody's talking about the city giving public land away. I think it just shows that we're rising above and putting a little more time and money into making sure that we're getting the right value out of it.
I think I don't disagree with you. I think we should do case by case, but some things are not like the beach club. If we're going to, you know, I don't know what the market rate says, and you know, if he says, okay, I'll pay it, or whether there are other conditions we have.
Yep.
And if not, then we would put it out for an RFP. But I think you know, talk to him first.
well, I mean, if there's a consensus, we can start working on that to put something out, and then we can get an idea of what needs to
Didn't
be.
you just say there was a market study on the beach club?
That was only for the beach club.
That's only- okay.
Yeah,
That's
but
okay.
as far as putting it out for an actual company like an Anderson Car or like something like that would be under contract with the city. So as these things come forward, we already had someone under contract to do those.
Yeah.
Can-
And a lot of these, I mean, when we start getting to triple P and different things, that's not just a real estate agent. That's a law firm. You know, like when we did with
So-
Gulfstream. Yeah.
Can't we just I think, isn't CRA already under contract with Anderson Car? And couldn't we interlocal with them or piggyback or whatever that language is?
We would have to check see what their actual scope is and what they're utilizing for, but yeah, we can check for sure.
Okay, real quick, Mr. Segwich and Ms. May. We're getting ahead, getting
I
behind.
would agree with Sarah on the importance of that. I would add to that if we do choose a firm, they need to be a CCIM, which is the PhD in commercial real estate effectively. I would also like to say that traditionally in commercial real estate, you don't have to pay for a rent market rate evaluation. You can get several different firms to give you their ideas. It's a broker opinion of value. It happens all the time. Generally speaking, when commercial real estate agents negotiate a lease, they get paid based on the percentage of the lease. I would hate to see us go down the route of establishing, it's going to cost us $30,000 to find out the market rate for the beach club. That's 3 phone calls to the top 3 agents in town, and they'll gladly give us that same information. So I would just caution us not to go down the consultant route. Let's get a CCIM. Let's put it out for multiple broker opinion of value. But I agree with you 100%. You know, it's high time that we start looking at that, and you know, to protect staff, because it's not fair.
That's a good
It's not
reason.
fair.
Ms. May.
I just kind of want to piggyback, but I also want to ask, Tiana. So is that something that you would feel comfortable with us hiring somebody to, negotiate terms on leases where you wouldn't have to be the one doing that?
Tiana McKay, Director of Human Services. It sounds like it would be a good fit. I'm supportive. There's other properties as well. So if that's what commission would like, I'll be supportive.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that we should do that.
Yeah, and it's not a bad idea. I sometimes think we over consult on certain things, but
Yeah, but I think we can.
no, I'm not arguing, but I'm just saying, if someone comes back and says this piece of property that you can rent out, market rate is X amount of dollars, we can always say, well, we want more than that, or we'll take less than that for other reasons. So we can still negotiate, but it's good to have the parameters of where we should be.
And it's good to put the parameters around the negotiation team. Where it's not us, it's not Jamie, it's not Tiana, it's
Right.
not somebody who they're going to pitchfork at us. You know, I mean, that's fine. They can pitchfork somewhere else, but we've historically seen this happen. And if we can prevent it, I think we should do that.
Okay. We are a couple minutes ahead. We're going to go on. Mr. Minko, I see you have a light on, but I'm going to keep going. We are
Madam Mayor,
now.
can I ask a question?
sorry,
I just want to
sure.
make sure, so we have consensus. We'll put a supplemental in for this item to look at consulting service or look what the best option is for contractual services or whatever that is. We'll work with our purchasing department as well.
Okay. And are we taking the 250 and 250 off of the table for the? Okay.
And we'll put it in the CIP as unfunded for those items.
Thank you. Next up is Beach and Golf Fund, itemizations and supplemental. And Ms. Malega, I see your light was on first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, hold please, I need my glasses. Page 153. Why do I see $100,000 increase for IT for the casino building? Good Lord, what are we doing? Are we running slot machines up there now? I mean, that's exuberant.
There's actually an update that we have to make to that fund. So can I bring that back and work?
I'm sorry, what?
There's actually an update that I have to look at for the internal service fund. I think it's going to be a reduction. But I need to look at that one and I'll come back to you. I think there's an error that we need to correct.
Thank you. You'll let us know.
Yeah, and workshop 2, I think we have that as an update.
Thank you.
It'll be updated. I want to verify that that's an area where there's an update.
Thank you.
What page is that?
153.
Somewhere around here. Okey doke. Yeah. Great. All right.
And my other one was making sure that the beach fund we talked about at the last, the first workshop, creating a parking fund and using the funding that we're getting from the contract down at Old Bridge Park to start that parking fund. Have we gotten anywhere with that?
If that's a consensus, we will do that. We will update that for 26.
Yes, we're working on, we're going to be meeting with the lawyers this tomorrow to go over how we could just have all the parking other than the beach fund, all the revenues in that one improvement fund, parking improvement. Yes.
Okay, Mr. everybody's lights are on, so we'll start with Madam Clerk, if you could keep us to the 4 minutes. Thank you. McVoy, May, Segrich.
Just for the finance department staff overall, am I correct in remembering from our last discussion that the beach fund was one of the funds that was a bit short? And we were patching that with money from, I guess, elsewhere in the general fund?
We are using fund balance. And we also had those 2 items that Commissioner Segrich had recommended that we actually bring it back into the fund. It was the admin fee and the police and fire contract. So we'll actually show that as an expense back in the beach fund for the next workshop, and we'll show a transfer in from the general fund to cover those items.
So we essentially our expenditures since the last one went up and our revenues have not, particularly on that one. If I understand correctly, we just added 2 more expenses to that fund, but we've not added any.
We're just putting the expenses back in. I think it was around 283,000.
And then my other question in relation to the beach fund. So this past year, we've been a bit or this FY26, we're a bit in the hole. We're patching that with the general fund. Was that roughly the same case last year in the last budget?
Yes.
Not exact number.
Not exact, but in the last budget, I believe we had reallocated the police to the general fund. I'm not really sure about the admin. I'll have to go back.
Correct. We did both of those.
We did the same last year. So this year we just, as recommended, we'll show it in the budget, and to make up for that deficit, you'll see a transfer in from the general fund.
Yes, that I understand. My question more was that the beach fund was a bit short.
Yes.
Was that the case last time as well?
It was.
Okay. And then I would just like to comment, this one's not for you, but for all of us at the commission, that given that we understand that the beach fund has been a bit on the short side for a while, I find it very interesting that we are now pushing for professional negotiation of leases when I took any number of heat for having done exactly what Commissioner Segrich advised, which was to call around, try and get some idea of what was a reasonable market rate rent for the beach. And we wound up charging still way less. I managed to get it a bit up there, but we charged way less. And that is a significant amount of money. That was, I was told by professionals that even with the things that I was able to call attention to, we probably left several million, 2 to 4 million on the table over the 10 years of that contract.
I'm going to go now to Commissioner May. Okay, Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. Just wanted to underscore again the water sewer. Seeing if there's anything we can do to lessen. Sorry, page 149. At the top, a couple rows down.
Are you on water sewer or are you on?
It's the charges, the usage charges for, again, we can definitely check with the water and sewer.
Maybe we
Fund.
make a deal with them. I don't know. It's just
It's based on usage. So what we do is we look at the usage for the prior year. And then we look at the usage that's currently trending for this year and we increase it to make sure we're going to be able to cover our expenses.
at the beach that goes to West Palm.
Right, it's West Palm Water.
Yeah. Then on page 148, it actually falls under the pool. I see that we're using a decent amount of water and electricity for the empty pool. Is that tied to the bathrooms there? Do we know why there's $50,000 in pool expenses? Peggy's going swimming there at night.
Anna McKay, Director of Leisure Services. I can answer the question about the water. That is for the bathrooms that the public does use. That is connected to the pool
Got
building.
it. Okay.
And the sewer as well then.
We hope.
Yeah. I don't see the pool filling up, so I guess we're okay.
And then just kind of the last question that I had there or comment, somebody said to me, actually just earlier this morning, oh, I went down to the beach for, and met somebody, but I didn't bother pay for parking because I wasn't scared that I was going to get a ticket because we don't really have nighttime enforcement. So I did want to underscore the need to have in a supplemental, expanding our parking so that we can have evening in enforcement at least, because I think we're leaving revenue on the table and our parking division is a very important part of the revenue for this fund. And we thank you for your efforts there, as well as thanking you for getting the contract, $85,000 a year with the hotel, Jamie, and parking and that. So that was it.
Sounds good. When do we expect to see the building, the building that's being put up for the lifeguards when is that going to happen? Do you know? Any idea?
Hi, Mina.
Hi there. Hi.
Come on down.
Come on up. Really?
Can you give a quick update on
probably
the
get
process up there for the pads? And I know you've been meeting with the contractors, trying to get our pricing. Long process.
Introduce yourself first. And then give us your hat. Meanie wants your hat.
It's on.
It's on.
Mina Tawadros, Assistant Director of Public Works. For the beach trailers, we went out for bid and the numbers came higher than what we budgeted. And we tried negotiating with the bidder. We got one single bid. We tried to negotiate with the bidder and get the numbers down. And some certain aspects or some certain line items that we believe that we can maybe do in-house or assist the contractor in trying to cut those costs. We had a couple meetings and the contractor was interested in the beginning and told us that they're going to look at the numbers and see if they can cut some costs down. And then after a while, we waited for the answers. And after a while, they didn't want to proceed. They said the price that we bid is the price and basically take it or leave it. So we looked at our options and we discussed with our procurement department what other options that we have. And we looked into our other procurement methods that are available for the city. So there's this Sourcewell Gordian contract that we can piggyback on. We looked into that and then we canceled the bid we got. We had multiple meetings with the Gordian group. We selected a contractor. We met on site and we discussed all the aspects. We had the design drawings already done by WGI. So we provided all that. So they are now in the process of getting some subconsultants, some subcontractors, I'm sorry, and getting the price together. There's some back and forth because there's some unknowns. Construction is a lot of unknowns. We're still waiting on the final price. Once we get that, we'll be able to,
So it's gonna be, my understanding, I thought when we started talking, it was gonna be a prefab building, but that's not.
Okay, so what this is in order to, the buildings have been done.
right.
The buildings were done like January, like
Right.
they've been done for a
Oh, okay.
long
They're-
time. So we have the two, it's basically a double structure for the lifeguards at the top of the dune, and then a single for the property maintenance staff and everything, which is kind of at the bottom of the dune. Problem is, you have to have concrete pads for those to go on.
Sure.
So this is the actual, all of the site work, running the utilities to the pads, so they can be stubbed out and connected as soon as the buildings are set, but the process of actually setting all those pads up there with the ground conditions and everything else, that's what we're trying to get done.
And we can't do that in-house.
No, it's pretty
Hey, I'm
extensive.
very optimistic. I have trust in my
Yeah.
staff. Okay, so I think it's important that because part of this process is emptying out that
Correct.
beautiful building full of stuff.
Perfect world, this would have been done.
I kind of thought we were gonna do it a while back. Yeah.
It would be done quite a while ago. And like I said, those buildings have been done for quite a while.
Right.
Luckily, the contractors, they've been working with us as far as holding them at their site.
Nice, thank you.
Because we have nowhere to put them.
Them.
And obviously these pads and all the utilities it has to be done before they're delivered.
Sure, of course.
So that was just last week you met with them
Right.
on site. So we're
Yes.
just,
The vendor
Very
was
quick.
pretty patient, waiting for us to get this done, and they understand that there takes time
The
for
update's
construction.
helpful because we
Yeah.
really have
Yeah.
been sitting around you. Thank you very much. And good to see you. We don't see you very
Follow-up
often.
question.
Oh, I just have, I'm not quite done. I have one random question. We have the mats that you can walk on the sand, but they only go, can we buy more and go down to the ocean or somehow even make? Because really you can only walk down and go back and forth. And I've seen them go into the water.
Yes, we can look into that.
That would be helpful for this little mobility challenged folks. Okay, Mrs. Smalega.
I just had a follow-up question for you. You had at the Public Works building where the garage is, we put in a trailer there. Could we contact the agency or whoever laid that concrete foundation and ran all of that?
there was no concrete foundation laid for that because that was existing asphalt.
So we didn't
That was
have to
already a
do all
parking lot.
that. Okay.
Nope, they were able to literally just set that triple and anchor directly into the existing asphalt. Problem is you can't do that up there on the sandy. Yeah.
So that kind of,
Okay, Ms. May?
that kind of goes to my question.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you can't do this, can you just put it in the parking lot? I mean, I know it's very inconvenient, but better than not having these buildings at all.
Well, you can do this. It's just a matter of the bid that we got. We weren't going to do that for the cost.
Right, but
of
how-
this.
How horrendous would it be for the staff if these were in the parking lot?
Well, the issue with that is, when we accepted the money from the county, when the, beach property was redone back in, when the casino was renovated and everything, there are so many public spaces that are required, to be available up there. And if we dip underneath that, we owe that money back to the county.
How much is it?
Well, you remember that, was it 636, what was the number of spaces? Yeah.
600 something.
No, I don't care about the
We're right there
spaces.
as
How
far
much
as number of
money,
space.
how much money is it? $5 million? Oh,
Yeah. Like 5 million, you know, so that's the reason that we haven't, because people ask before, can we have additional, resident parking, like decal parking and everything? We can't add a single additional space.
so if we were doing that, we would have to make additional spaces going up.
Correct, which is why if we looked at doing like a garage or parking facility or something like there, you add more spaces, then we can add more resident decal spaces.
Or we
Just
can add
because-
more buildings or more whatever down there. I
Correct,
see,
but
I see.
the current layout, we can't add any or
right.
remove any spaces.
And do you absolutely need these buildings?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I mean, I remember the conversation.
Yeah,
back
we
there.
need to get staff out of that second floor
Yeah,
space on
yeah.
the north side. And we also need a place for property maintenance staff, basically facility staff up there.
Good, okay,
So,
cool.
Who do a phenomenal job, by the way.
Yeah, and again, these are, they're modular structures. Obviously, it would be nice to have the money to build actual permanent structures up there and whole,
We'll see
So-
what happens.
we're gonna do the best we can.
We'll see what happens. Mr. Segridge.
So real quick, just touching on the ballroom. I know we voted to put that out to bid. And we've got $200,000 in staff allocated well, staff and other costs allocated to the ballroom. Hopefully, when that comes back, that can be lessened. Because I don't think it should take $200,000 to run that property, but I'm not sure. And then our wonderful lifeguards, we've got 10 of them and a chief and a captain. There was a new law passed where we can try to get TDT funds to help cover their salaries, which could help us with the beach fund. And then I did have a question under non-departmental on 149. And I'm sure it's just an allocation that came in from elsewhere, but we go from 0 to 542,000 in debt. The prior year, we had 673,000 in debt under a different line item.
Yeah, it's just broken down. We updated how they account, how the principal and interest is recorded.
And so what was that? Was that a bond? Was that a loan for?
I think that's 2020. Is it a 2020 bond? Yeah, 2020 bond.
Okay. And it looks like in the fund balance from the 11 by 17 sheet, we've got $3.2 million in excess in the fund balance there, which would mean we might have some healthy funds to do some of these things, like the mayor was suggesting, the extra mats going out, or perhaps hiring on the extra parking officials. Anna, can you confirm that we actually do have a excess balance?
It is
It's the 11 by 17 sheet.
Which fund?
Which means.
Yeah, it's not an unhealthy funds. It's not unhealthy at all. It's actually healthy.
Yeah.
I remember prior 2019 maybe was negative 3 million. And that's because for all the capital project, they would just use PayGo, right? And that they eventually went under. I think it was back in 2019 was like negative 3 million. Then what we did, we issued a loan back in 2020 to reimburse us for previous projects. And that's what brought it up to the 3 million plus, right? And this is very helpful because, you know, we get to stay above the 25%. And we also, you know, with the help of the director, we make sure that we don't go out of deficit every year because we don't want to go back to that negative fund now. So yes, so to answer your question, we do have 3.2 million in
So it
excess.
seems like the beach
Yes.
is very, very healthy.
It's pretty healthy.
And so maybe we can do some of those extra supplementals like the mayor talked about and get us some extra parking staff, which will
Right.
give extra revenue.
Correct. So when we come back on the 21st, we will go over the Stantec model again. You will get a refresher of all the fund balances before you start allocating, you know.
Sorry, just last question. Given that we have that level of excess and we do have some debt, does it make sense to pay off that debt, or is it more beneficial to capitalize it over time, given interest rates and so on surrounding that?
Yes. So that we have about 20 plus, if not 30 plus more years to pay off the debt. And it's not just for the beach fund, it's for numerous funding. It's got the general fund.
So that's just the share.
Yes, that's just the share, correct.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we talked about the golf fund. We've got 15 minutes left.
I just want to add the department does have some supplementals for staffing requests that we'll be bringing forward in the 21st to help out that fund. There are 2 parking staff. I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll add it for workshop number 2.
At some point, do we talk about staffing park? What do we call them? Park rangers or park people?
We have a supplemental with all the requests. We don't have the exact amount, but we were going to go through that at the end and get
Okay.
consensus on moving forward.
Okay.
If that's okay.
I just don't want that to drop.
We have it, yes.
Okay, golf 4. So, any questions, comments on golf? Questions especially? Miss Malega.
Page 171 in the agenda book. What is other for $33,000? There's no explanation under notes.
In page 171, if you look at the itemization, it's items to celebrate the 100th anniversary
Nope,
of the
that's the
golf
10,000.
course.
10,000 is
Let
items
me
to
just
celebrate
double
the
check.
100. $171 at the top says other $33,000.
It's broken down under that, sir.
I think that's.
Oh, it's multiple items, I think. Let me just double check.
Oh, so it's broken down.
Yeah, so it's 10,000. So there's items to celebrate the 100th anniversary celebration, sand for
Thank
the
you.
bunkers of the golf course, and then new City of Lake Worth Beach golf course logo for the 100-year anniversary.
you.
So
But when it's summed at the bottom, it's not adding it twice, is it?
no, it's actually other, and then the 33,000, that's the sum total, and then it's the 10, the 20, and the 3,000.
No, what she's asking is you don't.
Yeah,
it's
see
not
the
add
bottom where it says
33.
422, it's not adding it. twice.
No,
Okay.
it's a sum of everything.
It's only adding up the
33.
other, then the next thing that would be added is books and publications.
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
If you note, there's a tab for each one of those, so they're offset from the main setting.
I noticed the tab. I just want to make sure because there was no tabbing for the numbers. I just want to make sure it wasn't getting added. Because remember when it was the Excel, it would be very, very.
Yes.
It would have happened.
This helped a lot, yes.
So
I
I'm
know
not
you're asking, yes.
completely off base in
No,
asking
yes.
this.
It's improved.
There are no bad questions. Mr. Segridge.
In the large book under,
The blue one?
page 163, we've got merchandise sales revenues budgeting around 85,000. And then in the expenses, we have purchasing of that merchandise around 72,000. That doesn't seem like much of a margin whatsoever on it. Do we know if we're charging margin on the merchandise, or are we just stockpiling?
Is there a
I'd
big
like to follow
demand?
up, Marty. Do you have some insight into the pricing of the merchandise in the Golf Pro Shop?
To answer your question, Commissioner Segret's,
First, introduce yourself.
what's up?
First, introduce yourself. Hi. First, introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'm Marty Caifano. I'm the golf course manager this year. Started almost 1 year now. The 85,000 was based on the sales we've done in the past. The budget was increased this year. It could come out to more. It was just a conservative amount. We brought in some new products to try to upscale things a little bit. So our profit margins are going to come down from that because the stuff we had in the past was kind of shoddy. It wasn't real attractive. We're trying to make the place look more attractive. Merchandise sales is going to bring a huge amount of money for us. It's not something that's a huge money maker, but it's something that shows our image. We're trying to increase our image. So that's why we're bringing in stuff with a little bit less profit margin, just bringing better quality stuff.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then page 167, bank charges and fees, 50,000. Is that credit card processing fees for stuff, or do we know?
Bank charges.
That would be finance.
Oh, sure.
Your boss checking.
That for the golf course, page 167. Yes, that's based on credit card fees. Thank you.
Okay, and so we allow people to pay for their memberships and time with credit
That is
card. and
correct.
that.
But we're not charging them for that, when I go and use a thing, there's a charge. We don't charge them for the use of the credit card. We do.
There's a fee, yes.
Oh, okay.
there's-
Thank you.
And then just the interfund admin charges between 2023 and 2026. I know we've talked about it before, but for the golf course, they've tripled over that time period. So looking forward to seeing what kind of analysis we can get on that, because it seems like it's kind of bouncing all over. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 10 to 2. We're supposed, I'm sorry. I did not see your light, Miss Malega.
That's right. Thank you. My question is more of logistics. You and I had talked, Director McKay, in regards to who fishes the golf balls out? Do we clean them and resell them? I know that there is a market for that, and we're talking about trying to find revenues. What is the process? Because I've never seen a contract come before us in 4 years for somebody diving, and I'm pretty sure we don't send staff into the water.
The bad staff.
That is something we were looking into prior to Marty starting, so I'll bring that conversation back. We currently do not have anyone that's diving into the pond to get the golf ball.
So that our ponds are just loaded with golf balls right now.
We could
Essentially.
assume that. We could assume that.
Okay, so I would like to see if we have consensus to look into that, because again, I do know that it's a very plentiful, lucrative way to bring some revenue in. I'm not volunteering to go diving for them, but I do know a diver who sits up on the commission.
We can look into that.
I know some folks on North Lakeside Drive that would gladly contribute about 7,000 golf balls to us. Okay, so okay, it's 10 to 2. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is just wonderful. We have a little break scheduled. That's 15-minute break scheduled. Let's come back at 2:15. Yeah, then we have a few more. You listen, the
Back at 2:05.
2:05, 15-minute break. 2:05. Well, how quick? You want to go out and eat?
2:15 or 2:05? I just want to 2:15. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Is it like my dad's company where we tell it? No. Remember when you said you were gonna give us a tour when I got elected, you know?
Well, he doesn't always tell the truth. I'm talking about her. I've been up there. Off of Second Avenue? Yeah.
Madam Mayor, it is
I
2:25. Are
apologize
we
for
ready
being
to
late. I had to pick
reconvene?
up a prescription. And some Tums.
All right, it's 2:25 and we've reconvened.
Jamie, I have a logistics question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we charge for boat ramp launching? And if so, who collects those funds, or is it like an honor system, or
We do not charge for boat ramp launching.
so that's another possible revenue generation that we should be looking into?
I'd say.
Let me, there's a boater up here. Cause I know
Well,
that.
I'm
lot of
a
the-
previous boater as well.
Okay, now
I'm
And-
not.
we have multiple boaters up here. I know that there are other locations in the county. Do some of those charge?
Yes.
I know they charge for
Yeah.
parking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you get a pass to,
So they charge for parking and that's part of the parking rate, or is that a separate cost?
Depends
No,
on
I
which
think you
part.
can charge to
Launch.
put the boat in, launch the boat, and then park.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you wouldn't, no, I guess you're right. Why would you?
Well, no, because there's sometimes you don't, if you just launch your boat and then you drive your trailer or whatever back to your house, depends on how far you're going. I just feel like that's a revenue stream that we're missing. And I'd like to have a conversation on
Ooh,
how
We
we
can definitely look into that.
capture
so
that.
creative.
Leisure Services Director. We just put it that way.
Okay, we're not live yet. Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry, madam, we are still live.
Yeah,
Madam Clerk,
I need a nap.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
we could go back on the record if only we had a clerk.
Huh? Yeah.
I'm here. Do you not hear me?
There's a clerk. Oh, bless
Thank you.
his
Excuse me.
gesundheit.
So you didn't hear when I said it's 2:25 and we've reconvened?
No, I don't know about that. No.
Just
Okay, well,
yeah,
it's
no.
now
I forgot
2:27
about the
and we've
parking
reconvened.
part.
Or just charge for the ramp. Hmm.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, so it is 2:27 and we've reconvened.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for the delay. I had to go and pick up a prescription. Okay. Refuse. Itemization and supplementals. Do we have any questions on refuse? Hold, please.
And Madam Mayor, while you guys are looking that up.
Yep.
While you guys are gone, the requested supplementals from the first meeting.
Saw that.
That was dropped off here. I will make a comment on the crosswalks at Barton.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that letter that went out from DOT to remove any type of sidewalk / roadway art due to safety reasons. So the LGBTQ plus Delray, they're paving over their intersection. Boynton is already paved over theirs. If you've seen the before and after, it was on the news and everything. So
Years.
this is statewide. So
Only for safety reasons.
of course.
Of course.
So the only thing we currently have that's permanent would have been the project that the kids did at Highland, right across from the Fifth Avenue North Greenway. They do that little crosswalk there across from the Greenway. It's at elementary school
But it's not.
on 8th Street. Yeah, it's painted. It's it's actually right by you. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay, let's.
But that's on here. And more than likely, we're not gonna, unless we're directed to, we're not gonna move forward with any additional painting on streets. Because that, we don't want to do anything that's gonna affect funding.
But
So-
Elizabeth was looking in, can I,
I know.
Go ahead.
and she said that she was pretty sure it was only on Florida state owned roads.
I would think so.
So Barton is not a Florida state owned road.
Fifth Avenue, the side streets aren't. A Street?
Boynton wasn't either. Neither was Delray. Those were not state roads.
Okay, well,
Where they put them.
talked, her and I talked about it last week and she said she was gonna get a more definitive answer. But I
Yeah,
hope,
that was not just for state roads, because
Oh.
none of theirs were on state roads. So
right.
just throwing that out there.
Okay, so we are back on the record, and we are supposed to be talking right now about refuse collection and disposal.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a comment on the
Please.
boat launch fee?
Sure.
We have
Oh, yeah.
to that.
Yes, just to answer, hi, my name is Karen Estelle from Finance, and just to answer your question, at
Is you-
one point in time,
Okay.
can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, a little better.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Candace Dale from Finance. At one point in time, yes, we did used to charge for the boat ramp launching. That was back in 2021. For whatever reason, it stopped since then.
do you know what we charged? Is there,
I can follow up and
I don't remember
look further into
stopping.
it for you.
thank you.
Okay.
I don't remember stopping it. I wonder, it'd be nice to find out when in 2001 that happened.
Are we gonna talk about this?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
2021, just to be 2021. Yeah.
Right. Okay, you want to talk about the supplemental?
Yeah, what's the lunch for volunteer boards for $5,000?
That was, city staff had asked for any supplemental requests that we had. So I emailed mine, which is this list. And the volunteer boards have never been recognized, planning and zoning, library board. So I thought maybe we could do a thank you lunch annually for them.
We
Because they
used to
do
do
get-
that.
Yeah,
They
there
do-
was.
I think that's really nice.
They-
Thank you
they-
for clarifying that. I think that would be great.
Because they get pitchforked, as you said earlier. And I know that since I've been up here, we've never done anything like that for them.
No, I think that's a great
So
idea.
that's what that item is for.
That includes CRA too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I-
that's
Oh,
awesome.
they have their own, they can pay
We
for
did
their own.
a volunteer breakfast. Remember, we would do the volunteer
Yeah.
breakfast and have,
Have us
I don't,
Cook or serve or something.
yeah, I don't know the last time we did that
Years.
was, but I believe 2 years ago, maybe, because it was always up at the casino in the ballroom. It was just a volunteer breakfast. But we'll find out. either
Let's
way.
do lunch.
you.
But we did used to do that.
Seems like a lot though, $5,000.
That was based on an estimate. We got an estimate. Our HR team worked on a quick estimate for the restaurant.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
2J's last time was like a buffet style, like breakfast. Hey, Lauren.
Turn it
Not
on.
on.
Am I on now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Lauren Slayton, HR director. Yeah, we used to have a breakfast for years and years and years. And then we switched it to a lunch because the volunteers didn't like breakfast because they had to get up too early. So we planned it this year. We switched it to a lunch and then COVID hit. And that's why we stopped.
But some of those people
Yeah,
that do,
since we've been here.
but also some of the people that are on those boards, considering the boards meet at night, might not be able to go to a lunch. They work.
What if we did
I mean,
Yeah.
light hors d'oeuvres at the casino?
I mean, you could do, I'm just thinking like most of those people have jobs. So,
Yeah, maybe the boards, but a lot of our volunteers are
no, just
retirees.
specifically the boards,
Okay, I thought we were including like, it used to be all the volunteers.
the
Yeah.
board.
Not just volunteer
the
boards.
board.
My request is for the board.
Okay,
All
just the boards.
advisors We have that put in the time for the city.
So
I
I
want
feel
to
like,
thank you, luncheon, dinner, Saturday, whatever.
yeah, it should either be at night or on a Saturday.
Right.
Because these people have jobs.
Yeah, we just benchmarked it and we looked at some of the prices. We took a couple of quotes that we used for the employee events
Right.
and we just kind of, earmarked it in between like a big one and a small one. So we thought that 5,000 was fair
Oh,
and
yeah.
it would cover
Considering
everything.
It's only 20 people.
It's
No?
more than 20 people. It's more like 150.
See, there's not just the board. You're talking.
We're talking about
You're talking about,
board.
we're talking about specifically the board.
Yeah.
You're talking about all the volunteers.
Yeah, I thought we were doing all the volunteers. That's where my numbers came
Okay.
from. But we can refine it if we don't spend that.
really good.
Great.
And if
I
we
think
can
it's
specify
nice.
The boards are volunteers. So if we're gonna do volunteers, it includes all the boards as well as the other volunteers we have too.
Yeah.
So
We have volunteers at the golf course. We have volunteers that used to help at the museum, the library.
Back to, since I've been here in 2021, we've never done anything for the volunteers.
Okay,
So my whole reason for doing it was watching how unfortunately some historical planning and zoning people have been attacked. How do we say thank you? So mine was just for the board members.
Right.
But if we've already done something historically, which I didn't know about, like a volunteer breakfast or lunch, I think that all volunteers should be included and honored and recognized. Okay.
Then we're right on track. So we're perfect.
You got the money.
Okay.
You got the number.
Yeah, and
I
we'll,
think Saturday is Saturday.
and we'll work with the clerk's office and everybody to make sure we get everybody included.
Yeah, it would be nice to do it on when people can go.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I understand the retirees and, you know, but a lot of the people that are on those boards at nighttime are employed.
Understood. And also, like also our volunteers, we try and do it when they're here. So we found out like we did it, before October, we wouldn't catch those guys. Or if we did them after April, they complain. So we usually do it, probably around February.
Okay.
Historically, but if you guys want to change it, it's fine.
If it works, don't change it. Thank you.
Okay.
So we have consensus to add 5,000 on line item for volunteer board. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Segrich? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Which brings us to the larger item, which we've been talking about. So staff, where do we want to go? I mean, we have the supplemental for the 2 park rangers. We also have, we're now actually supposed to be at refuse collection and then the building fund, and we're now behind, which I apologize for.
If you're okay, we could cover the refuse and building and code, and then we could come back to the last supplemental for the park rangers, if that's okay with you.
So let's do refuse. Any questions about refuse? Ms. Malega?
Thank you. My question about refuse was, we had discussed at our first meeting, adding an additional bulk day. And I don't know if you guys were able to find out what that would cost. And on the extra person to pick up broken leftover material after bulk day says to be determined. That was what my supplemental request as
We have
well.
that here, yeah.
But did we ever get a price or look at adding a second bulk day?
We don't have that yet.
Okay.
'Cause I mean, we were bringing that back for workshop 2, and we kind of at the end of that meeting scheduled this one, which wasn't originally planned.
Okay.
So I don't have those numbers.
So
yet,
we'll talk
unfortunately.
about that at the next budget
Correct.
work session.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
Just a couple of questions. On page 309 of the blue budget book, for non-departmental, we have electric. In 2023, it was 32,000, and now we are sitting at 227,000. Just wondering what the jump is there if we're changing the label of something.
Which category?
Way down. at the
electric.
bottom,
Non-departmental. is the
309, second from bottom in the fine print or the light print.
I will have to take a look at that one. Let me just research that. Give me.
Electric.
Way down, second to the last item, line, what do you call it?
I will follow up with you.
Okay. And then I know it's a small number, but bank charges and fees. As far as I know, our income is coming in through tax dollars and so on. Is this some sort of credit card processing?
This one I can verify. I believe this is based on the investment account, but let me verify that as well. So I have the correct answer for you.
Okay.
Because he went up quite a bit.
And then starting on page 308, we have refuse roll-offs. And the expenses are about 300,000. I thought the city had some sort of contract with Waste Management for doing roll-offs. What is this area for?
That's correct. So we have a contract with Waste Management that does all of our roll-off except for our internal stuff. We still do our internal city roll-off service. So roll-offs are the larger, usually 20 or 40 yard, 20, 30, 40 yard, the larger open containers are like rectangular. And it's usually used for construction debris. So when you see people doing like roof tear off, stuff like that. So like the larger open face dumpsters. So Waste Management, we receive a franchise fee from them for doing all of the roll-off services in the city, but we kept roll-off truck and multiple sizes of our own roll-offs. So we used to do it in-house. We didn't want to have to pay to do that. So
Yeah.
we still do our own.
So 300,000 for that? I mean, does that, are our roll-offs always busy, or do we benefit from outsourcing that?
You said that was a fee paid to us?
Yeah, we receive a franchise fee quarterly from Waste Management.
Right.
And you said you 300,000?
Yeah, on page 309, total refuse roll-offs, 298,768.
I'll have to look into that for that number.
That is, if you look at the bottom, Mr. Brown, that is, I think that is the total for that particular department. So that's totaling up everything that's happening.
Yeah, because
in
I'm
that
looking at
department.
IT, workers' comp, like all the.
Right, but
tipping fees.
it's classified under roll-offs, and so if we're only doing that for internal city, that seems like, I could be wrong, but an awful lot of internal city roll-off work. And then the other question was on recycling. Between 2023 and 2026, we've effectively doubled our recycling costs in terms of staff and other expenses. We currently, it seems we don't charge anything in terms of recycling fees. And this seems to be a cost center that's just growing. Is that something that municipalities normally charge for recycling fees, or just kind of gets eaten into the other fees?
Recycling, always an interesting one, because do you want to comment on this, Melissa, or it's, yeah, it's, so we don't, all of our waste, everything goes to solid waste authority. We take everything to the tipping station. We don't really get, I mean, what was the last check we got for the recycling? Because it's not a lot of money. It's on right now.
Okay. Is it on?
Yep.
All right. Melissa Sturdivant, Budget Manager, Public Works. I think last year, maybe the year before, probably when we first started it, because there's so much you have to pay back for the setup of everything. So us, like a lot of other municipalities, are just puttering away with it.
And what you're referring to is we used to have the single stream recycling. We just had the one can. We were the last holdout in the county, like 39 of 39. Yeah. But our contamination rate got so high, like it exceeded 40% at one point in time. I think it was like 39%. They no longer were going to allow us to continue doing single stream, because what was happening is we were being charged for regular trash at the tipping station instead of actual recycling, which is substantially less. So once we went to the dual stream, there was a certain cost to do that, to basically deliver all of those containers to everyone in the city, because we were going from, single to double. We have to pay all that back over time. So basically whatever profit we make, even though it's a small amount each year, that basically goes to paying back what we would owe for having to switch over to the dual stream. So there is not money in recycling.
But it looks like we only get back 25, well, budgeted 25,000, but last year we got 4,000 back. Expect $1 million.
I don't know.
Right. It's one of those things that
trying to understand.
It's not
profitable.
Saying that as a municipality we're not going to recycle is not. Not morally, it's not something you would want to.
Yeah, no, not saying that.
But it's not. But it's definitely not profitable, I'll say.
So,
and that's typically not something you would charge for. Like you want to encourage people to recycle because it's the right thing to do environmentally. But it is definitely not something that's profitable.
And do you find other municipalities charge to make up for that difference, or they wrap that into the residential commercial rates?
That's wrapped into whatever rates they have set. So it's not like a separate charge.
And in ours, it's wrapped in as well.
Correct. I mean, so the taxes for the residential, there's no, people like to call and say they pay for recycling, but it's free. So yeah, it's not on the tax roll or on the commercially charged.
Okay, keeping in mind time, Ms. Beleg and Mr. McBoy. Oh, Miss May, I'm sorry, you didn't see. Let's start with Miss May.
Okay, mine's not a specific question on an item, but I just wanted, no, it's a question. It's just not on a specific item. So do we have enough budgeted and staff people to keep up with the demand for all the dumping in the city? The illegal dumping, like that's huge to me. I can't stress it enough. I mean, everywhere I go, there's mattresses. Every day, all day. I don't know how many people in the city are getting rid of mattresses every day, but it's every day.
Yeah.
So, and I know the process. I've asked about the process. Are we fully staffed to keep up with that? And if not, tell us right now, because I'm going to go nuts on it next year.
Yeah.
If you tell me we're good and next year there's mattresses everywhere all month, I'm going to lose it.
Well, we'll keep in mind too. So when you ask that question, it all comes down to time. So if there's a crap load of dumping out there today, do you want it picked up today or can it be picked up tomorrow?
Yeah, but it's like not picked up at all, like the whole week.
It's picked up.
Eventually.
But the thing is, we only have so many staff people. There's always the ability to staff up if you want to.
That's what I'm asking. Do you need more staff?
Do you want everything collected the day of? Or can it wait till the following day? Can it wait till the next pickup day? It depends on, it's all level of service. So what is the level of service you would like to see? If you say, I saw a mattress out today, I want it picked up today. More than likely, everyone's out on routes. And we don't have the staffing to go get it.
I mean, I'd like to have some people, the rest of you guys chime in, but yeah, I kind of want it picked up. I mean, I drove down here, I it's 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's right on Federal.
But again, it all comes down to level of service.
You know, and that's what people drive into our city. They come in on 10th, they come in on 6th, they come in on Federal, and what they see first is mattresses. Like, that's not okay.
Well, keep in mind, because it happens in Boynton all the time, you know. Cities that outsource their services, that stuff sits there until the next day.
But that's not us. We don't outsource.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that there are.
Because like the budget's increased $1 million from 8 million to 9 million from last year to this year, right? So, I mean, if we're looking at it now.
Which is also tipping fees.
So the tipping fees have increased?
Tipping fees always increase.
Okay, so that's where we're making up that $1 million?
Tipping fees always increase. So, and you can chime in.
I'm not trying, I don't mean to sound angry. I'm not angry. I just want to understand and I want to make sure that we're staffed to be able to handle this issue because I think it's a really big issue.
We are staffed for our current level of service. Also keep in mind that we try not to, I mean, as you guys are aware, we're increasing multiple other things this year.
Right.
We're trying not to increase our residential rate as well to a point where we're getting toward the top of that list when you're looking at in-house services. We could easily add 5 people.
And
that means that the residential does not have an alarm charge will do.
Now,
Substantial.
also in our schedule of fees, we increased all of our charges, the
Well, that's what I
putting
said,
out,
because
yeah.
what I said
hurricane
before is
like we didn't have them all specified as into.
right. And when we look at the schedule of fees, that's budget 2, right?
Right.
I would like it to be
oh, you're gonna like it.
yeah, no, I mean
We have
I don't care.
you know, if you put
let's
out in a
start charging
storm,
people
right?
for putting this out, because if it's cheaper for me to put my mattress on the street and have you come get it and charge me later than to call some company to come get it, I'm just gonna lay it on the street. So we want to make sure that it's, you know, what's the word, where it causes people not to do stuff.
Right.
Prohibitive.
No, that's not it.
Deterrent.
Deterrent. It needs to be a deterrent. Like, it needs to suck when you do that.
Right,
You'll
right.
see in the schedule of fees, the changes.
Yeah, we went through every refuse is almost every line item and then requiring like the owner be responsible instead of, you know, because then we get too many tenants coming in and out. We want the owner responsible for the bill of this, you know, and stuff
Okay,
like that.
okay, so we'll see that there. I just want to, I just, you know, am I wrong, guys? I've heard your wife even say it.
I was gonna bring her up.
I know, I mean, when McVoy's wife is complaining, this is a deal.
But
Wait,
Okay, so anyway, I just want to make sure that it goes on record that we have enough staff to handle this issue. And that we have, now we're going to be looking at the fee structure to deter people from illegally dumping.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Segrich.
I just want to ask a quick clarification point. You mentioned that tipping fees keep going up, but they're flat on the budgets going back 5 years.
When did we get the updated?
SWA,
Yeah, is that in August?
that was, yeah, that comes in August where we have to sign off on next year's. And we
Yeah.
did have a
Yeah, so it's not beneficial for our budget process when you kind of get that after the fact. But keep in mind, this is only for when you're looking at roll off or recycling, which one? Because they're
Commercial, residential, page 307. So tipping fees have been largely flat, not increasing. We're going
There
down.
was one up last year.
So I guess it was just to Commissioner May's point that, you know, we've increased the budget $1 million. It's not due to tipping fees.
We'd have to look at I see the 2024 actual was at 396.
Right. And that's the other worry is, are we shortchanging ourselves? Did they in fact go up and we forgot to update the budget?
Yeah, I don't know if we actually have an actual number.
Yeah, we'd have to look at the actual to where we're at right now for 2025. So we can do that. We can do the workshop too.
Well, and Commissioner Sigurds, part of that is a $500,000 increase for commercial rates on page 304. So it went from 3 million, 3.5 for the proposed budget for increase in
Revenue, but I'm more worried about the expense side of it. You know, the tipping fees aren't going up, then most of that expense has to be either our personnel or
A lot of increases. It was a lot of overtime, a lot of, oh yeah, overtime. We had the truck rentals. For as into any supplementals, it was more of the actual truck repairs for the trucks, keeping those trucks on the road. But I didn't have a lot of actual like tipping fees because we were waiting for the actual numbers.
So I guess one question that I've been getting a lot, and I know Jamie, we've talked about this, insourcing versus outsourcing, and this particular topic. Can you talk just quickly about the pros and cons of where we're at? Because there's some very real differences to the level of service that we would be receiving as a city if we were to outsource it.
Correct. Best example I could probably give is Riviera Beach. They were in-house forever. They decided to outsource. There's a whole other thing behind that I'll tell you guys in one-on-ones. Not for public. Always seems great for that first 3 year, that first contract. Once you have basically the personnel is no longer with the city. You have gotten rid of your fleet. With your fleet of all your heavy equipment vehicles and everything, you're now out of the business. That business is gone. So when it comes time to, this has happened time and time again, when it comes time to now re-up that contract for the first re-up, oh my goodness, they went through that exact same thing and the shock was unbelievable. But it's like, well, what are your options now? Are you going to now go back and hire 20 to 30 people and purchase 15 or 20 pieces? No one has the capital outlay to put 40 million into something to bring it back. So once it's gone, it's gone. But the other thing is the complaints you get, like in all other cities, is the level of service. Like here, something gets missed, something happens, you just call 7344. We can come out there. That is non-existent when that's gone. Whether you have like a Republic or Waste Management, whoever it is, they get you the next time they're in your area. That's just the way it works. So there's that customer service level that's just not there. So it's just kind of like a balance of what's important to people.
Thank you, Jamie. In essence of time, we're running behind our agenda.
I've had my light on. It's one of the first.
I wasn't done.
I've had my light on.
Go ahead. Go, you got 4 minutes.
Okay, couple things. First of all, when we go through the Stantec, through all the various different funds, what I've seen over the years is, for whatever reason, I don't have an explanation, but the refuse fund always seems to be in pretty good shape. The revenues are well matched to the expenses. We've got a decent amount of reserve. We can cover stuff. Financially, at least it seems to do very well. My wife does complain. She insists that in Miami, you never see any mattresses. I'm a little skeptical of that, but I do know from experience that in Miami, you have to take all your bulk stuff yourself to a pretty interesting place to take it to, a little traumatic, and you have to do it yourself. So they do things differently. I don't know what they do to come down on people like a ton of bricks, the prohibitive, the deterrent sort of aspect. I don't see the problem quite as great as my wife does and as Commissioner May. I defer to both of your eyesight as being mine, but I would draw attention back to a couple of things. We are heavily a renter community. This largely, but not only, is associated with turnover of rental contracts. Under the current circumstances of what's happening, expect to see a lot of for rent signs, expect to see a lot of stuff dumped out on the street by people who are getting shipped out. And probably their biggest concern is not what they're going to do with their landlord's stuff. So to what I want us to be very conscious of what City Manager Brown is saying. If you never want to see any mattresses in the city, that's a good goal. I support that goal. At what price? You can achieve that goal, but if you never want to see them, you are looking at a huge amount of staff who are always available at all hours to get those pieces as soon as anybody calls it in. You got to make some adjustments of what degree of pain can you live with versus what degree of financial pain, because there will be a cost of making those things go away instantly. A question, different topic, not mattresses, on the recycling. I did the tour. I think the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council organized a tour. Somebody organized a tour of the Solid Waste Authority. Expect tipping fees to go up. They want to build another incinerator. That incinerator is not going to be cheap. The recycling process of Solid Waste Authority apparently wins awards all the time. Apparently, they have one of the highest rates of non-contamination of their recycle stream. And because they have that reputation for being very clean on the recycle stream, so when you get plastic bottles, you're getting plastic bottles and not something else in it, they are able to sell this stuff much better than other places, according to them. I don't have any reason not to believe what they said. That is part of the reason we have the two-stream recycling. It wasn't going to work with the single stream. It was way too much contamination. I would assume that part of the whole cost picture to the city, I don't know this, but I assume, and Jamie, I think you can clarify, everything that goes into the recycle, we may not get a lot of money back from it, but we're also not paying tipping fees on it into the general.
No.
So
Our tickets
there's
are
a
zero.
savings
If
there.
they're clean.
And if you look around town,
Clean.
provided it's clean. So it is definitely in our interest to spend some money on education.
That's fine, Mr. McGuire.
To make sure that we're as clean as possible, but we do save money on tipping.
Fine. Thank you. Commissioner May, do you have another question?
No, but I did want to just kind of follow up. I'm not saying that I want it to be pristine. I was just double checking that you guys are set with what you need and that the process you have set up is sufficient to get that job done. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, all I'd say, we do run, like most of our departments you mentioned before, we run really lean. We can always add, but again, we try to be conscious with taxpayer money. And if we don't have to add additional people, if it's not absolutely mandatory, then we try not to. But we can always use more, to answer your question.
And I will say in
But
general.
it sounds like we might need one more.
In general, when I've
Mattress takes
called,
two. You got it.
when I've
Two
called
trips.
about it in practice, they pretty much come that day or the next morning. I mean, that's been my experience if I call about a mattress.
I'm not talking about when you call. I'm talking about they have this process where the garbage man goes by and sees the mattress and does a little thing. And then some other dude comes and takes pictures and X's it. And this whole big process happens and then eventually it goes away, right?
Yeah, in that zone for the day.
In that
So
zone for the
depending
day.
on what day has
So
the
I don't know
veg
if it,
pickup.
but if the garbage man goes by and it's just like, whatever.
Well,
That doesn't do that. Refuge collector.
yeah, well.
Okay, so then they don't do, they're like, yeah, whatever. And then they keep going. Well, nobody knows about that. Then you have to call on it. But I'm not saying for people calling. People shouldn't have to call.
No,
There's
no,
people driving around these zones all day long. They can see it.
right. The zones are the what's picked that
Code as
day.
well,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, code as well.
Driving around this.
Yeah, yeah, they send pictures too.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Right. And then we go
So
and
I
pick that up and let them.
sure that we're staffed to it. and
We would
I
love
know
to be in every corner of every street,
Alright.
but
Madam Mayor, I didn't go, I let everybody else go. In the essence of time, I'm gonna stick to the, what we're here to talk about, the budget. So, page 304. Franchise fees. Why do we go from 140 in 2023 to 2024, 179? And then we drop the budget down and we're keeping with 135. And where is the franchise fees coming from?
franchise fees come from that's our
Yes,
roll
that's,
off.
that's the roll off. So I had to go back and see, so we're under revenues, so that would be from waste management for roll offs.
So it goes by what people order or, what everyone uses the services for.
But if I'm seeing 2 years of back to back where they were higher, why are we estimating that it's gonna be 135 this year?
We'd have to look
It
at
was
the
pre-populated.
year to date right now in 2025.
Maybe based on actuals, we could take a look at the actual
Yeah.
for this year.
That's not.
Thank you. Okay, so I apologize for being out for a minute. We are now, have we finished refuse?
Can I just make a comment on one of the questions that we had related to the contributions? That is the customer service contribution. So all of the like electric, water, refuse, all uses one central customer service, and that's the contribution that refuse is making back to the customer service to use those services.
Now we are on building fund and code remediation fund.
I have a question, a clarifying question. Should we be researching adding additional staff for the fund, or are we not I just want to be clear on what we need to be doing in terms of bringing more staff back for refuse, like increasing the staff. I just want to make sure we're clear. So because we would have to include it in this next budget, we'd have to cost it out.
Well, it sounds like there's a concern of the level of services. I mean, it sounds like we've all had a concern.
Well, I think that's why we asked for a second day for bulk and the person to drive behind. Those are two things that we already are looking at. We don't have numbers on yet.
If we were going to look at any type of increase as far as personnel, the only thing I would recommend would be one additional position that would be dedicated to the enforcement portion.
What do you mean by that?
So illegal dumping or material out wrong day, stuff like that, like all the different citations you can get, having a dedicated person to basically write those.
We can make mad money on putting out bulk the wrong day.
Because right now, basically, we have people that are kind of doing multiple roles.
Right.
Because it's not like we just see something and collect it. We have to have someone goes out, they document it, photo with the tape measure and everything, because people always call back and say that wasn't out there, or it was a lot smaller than it was. And we're like, no, we document everything. So that has to be done before we actually go and schedule to pick it up.
Okay.
But having a dedicated person for the enforcement side of things would be one thing I would recommend if we were.
So would they be driving, just theoretically, would they be driving around or would they be working on reports?
They would be driving around. We would want someone actually out in the field.
I think that would be helpful.
The reports are for the end of the day. Kind of after you've already gotten all your stuff, but having a dedicated person to that that's also not doing multiple other things.
Yep.
So that'd be the only thing I recommend.
Be a refuse person.
It would pretty much be a code person for solid waste, not out of Mr. Waters'
Enforcement,
operation.
solid waste enforcement. Mr. McFoy?
If we want to do that, let's make sure that we also bring back the information on what that does to the budget and what it does to the rates. If it's a 50-cent increase per year to the rates, I'm all for it. But I have a feeling it's not going to be 50%.
It's too late to increase the residential rates because we would have had to done the mailing already for the non-ad valorem. But we can definitely have Stantec add the cost once we have the staffing costs into the modeling. They come back to us in workshop 2 as well, and we can do a supplemental for the cost of that item and the other 2 items that were recommended.
So that would mean we since we can't raise the residential rates, that means that we would front the money up front and have to do something about the rates next year to recover that. I would think. So we should be conscious of that. I will also say, from having been in this job for a long time, I used to get a lot of calls from people irate as all heck. I put my stuff out and it was the right day and they came and wrote me up and they charged me a bunch of money for it and whatnot. Or sometimes it would be somebody who was older. Their person came and did what they paid to come and they put it out the day they were there, and then they get written up and all these things. So be aware that there's multiple sides to this. And yes, I want the city to look nicer too. I agree with that, but I also don't know that we want to go out of our way to increase more unhappy residents. So it's a balancing like everything else that we do here.
Thank you. Okay, moving on then, we're at building fund and code remediation. And Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. For the building fund, we are on page 121 of the blue book. With this fund, it looks like the revenue's tied directly to the amount of work that we have to do, and so should tie pretty closely to the expenses, and it's been going flat. I noticed 2025, we had a good deal of increase across the board, and then we're dropping back down. Is that because we've just reorganized stuff, or are we losing staff in this department?
Sustainability Director William Waters. We are finishing up, hopefully this next fiscal year, a project to scan all of the city's property files, which is being undertaken at the total expense of the building fund, though it benefits the entire city. There's a couple other little things that we have slowed down. We had budgeted amounts for outside contractual services to provide inspections and plan reviews. We are have seen, fortunately, knock on some wood, a consistency of staff over the past couple of years. So we're reducing the amount that we think that we might spend with them, but we do want to have that in reserve in case we have someone leave or we get a bump in business, so to speak. We do anticipate several larger projects starting the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you. I just want to remind the commission and the public that we recently received a quite extensive, quite thorough report from our internal auditor, building permit process improvement report or something similar. And I spent a fair amount of time with the internal auditor going over that report. I thought it was very thoroughly researched. I thought it had very concrete. Well, and I mentioned him that this is an area that I've heard concerns about the city for a long time. I thought that he had very concrete action steps, very concrete goals, and I don't really see any reason why we shouldn't move forward with the recommendations. I don't know what the costs of doing those things are. I have no idea. But I think this is a case of where there's smoke, there's fire, and it really does need attention. We are lucky to have somebody independent who has looked at from a process point of view and has given us a roadmap. So I think we should plan that in our budgeting that we will do something about it.
Thank you. I think we brought that up, and I think when maybe we're done with budget and a lot of the things that we're working on, that is something that we definitely need to look at. I think Mr. Segrich has said that. I have said it right now. I think we're a little
But if we don't put money into it, then we're just talking.
I don't know if that it's a budget issue. It's more of a process issue as much as anything else. Mr. Brown? Oh, we can always amend the budget.
Yeah, this was what we were trying to set up that special workshop for August 28th, but there was a conflict. Then someone had a conflict, so we couldn't do it on that day. But that was going to be basically going over the internal auditor's report as well as the PBSO priorities.
Right.
Because remember that got moved from the June meeting. So we're going to be looking for a workshop date to go over those two things, the internal auditor's report and the PBSO priorities. But it seems like August is pretty much shot because a lot of you are like gone for different things. It seems like September is pretty shot because we have all of our regular meetings in turn, and we also have budget hearing, the two hearings and everything. So trying to find, and there are also people gone in September too. So we're also running that issue for the second part of the city manager, the shortlisting stuff, trying to find a date where everyone is available, which is why you guys probably saw a drop on your calendars. It's like in October. There's just no, we can't find dates.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I hear all that and that is reasonable and, you know, it's reality fitting in the meeting. But what we have done for other parts of the budget is if we have something that we think we will probably want to do something about in this coming year, we earmark some money and say, hey, stick 200,000 or whatever seems like a reasonable number. And I think before the next 21st meeting, we could get a number, ask the internal auditor, hey, or ask him to work with William and say, roughly, what do you think? You know, red box, barn, what are we looking at here to try to implement this and at least set it aside? Again, when we set it aside, that doesn't mean we have to spend it. But if we don't set it aside, it's going to be a lot harder to do. So
We'll even see what possible improvements might be.
If I might interject, we've already spent a considerable amount of money with IT to buy the new upgrade for the ERP, and we're in the process of putting together how we would implement it. Many of the suggestions that came from the internal auditor will be handled in some level of satisfaction, hopefully, from the implementation of the ERP. We will be ahead of finance, which may cause us to not be as efficient as we would have liked, because originally it was going to be finance first, then the building fund, and then community sustainability. So my staff has spent 3 whole days with the internal auditor. They worked on helping put the whole report together. And then we've spent an entire week with the consultant from the ERP entity. And Nellie was very gracious to spend time with us to go over where we have some hurdles, and we're going to have to work out some new processes. And you may see some things where we have to change an ordinance or a process or something, specifically more like the website. So there are things coming, and I want to request that you let us get our implementation plan together from Central Square, and we can present that as part of the review in terms of the internal auditor's report, because it seems a little bit the cart before the horse. If we look at implementing stuff and making all these changes, and we either can't do it with the ERP, we have to do it in a different way because the ERP is already going to be doing it.
And how long would we're talking?
We're hoping to be up and running by the end of the year. That's what our goal is. And so probably this time that interim city manager Brown was mentioning, October or somewhere in that point, we should have an implementation plan finalized on what we are going to be able to do. The building permit implementation seemed a little bit easier than some of the other processes that we have. Business licenses was a little bit problematic, as well as code compliance. And I think planning and zoning and preservation are going to be able to be improved. But let's keep in mind too, building permits are touched by 5 different departments. So though we will be on the new ERP, we're going to be requesting other departments to be participating in the new ERP to review building permits. And that is going to be a educational and collaboration slog, because people don't like working on 2 different systems.
The other 5 are for fire.
It's fire plans review. It is the CRA. It is a water sewer, electric, and public works.
So we just need to tell them to behave. Okay, so there is a plan. You're working on the plan, and it should be, you might have a workshop to hear more about it at some point. Yeah.
And you may be here about where we're going to have to, if we have to, make any changes to ordinances or how you might expect to see things, because things may change in how you apply for things or the information you get back. We've heard a lot about wanting feedback online and available to people. That's not overly readily available in our current system, but it will be under the ERP that we're
I
implementing.
didn't hear exactly what you said.
Having more information online. That's an example of the renewals that came out from the business licenses. It didn't come out the way we would like it to come out, so we've turned it off. But there's information that is available online now, but it's not really intuitive or really readily understandable. So we get phone calls. We're hoping to try to fix that through the ERP, so it's more self-explanatory, and the information you get there is more easy to understand.
Yeah, we're all using the word ERP for the public. If you could just say what that is.
That's our software system that manages everything that we do.
And then it's ERP, the name of that's just a system. Here she comes.
Hello, Nelly Peralta, IT Director, Enterprise Resource Planning Software.
Okay, thank you. Just, again, we use a lot of acronyms.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McVoy, I see your lights on.
Yeah, one of the, I still would ask from my colleagues for support for setting aside somehow, and this is what we do here, this is the budget, setting aside some, given that we have a report that suggests a fair amount of changes, but they're concrete. It's not just, hey, make it better. It's pretty concrete stuff. Let's set aside some money for that, specifically for it. And if we don't use it, hey, wonderful. But if we do, then we have it. The other thing that I would guess that all of us have heard from our internal auditor, who has been through the experience of transitioning ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning Software, who has been through the process of transitioning from one vendor to another with a number of different cities. I would guess he's told all of us, certainly told me, it is not an easy process. It is not something that will go smoothly. And he highly recommended, to me at least, that we budget somebody who is kind of interface person, if I understood correctly, between the vendor, Central Square, I guess, and our departments, to help be somebody who makes sure that whatever it is that the departments want to do to optimize their procedure, this is not specific to William Water, this is to all of them, that gets translated back into things that the technical people can say, oh, you want one of those? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Or we can't do that or whatever. But somebody to make it happen. I think it would be very wise for us, based on the knowledge that we've, the information we've gotten from people who've gone through the experience. It's bumpy. It needs a little bit of investment. We chose, remember, not everybody's up here who has been through it, but remember that we talked about spending maybe 5-6 million. Nellie can correct me on the number, but some multiple millions at one point. We backed off of that and said, no, let's kind of go not quite the Cadillac model. Let's do a little cheaper. We're spending about $1 million.
Let's get some input from Nellie.
I think that we do want to not be penny wise.
Totally made your point.
So to address that concern, I'm not sure if you remember, we did allocate or actually create a position in IT for business system analysts to kind of bridge that gap between the departments and the technology side. So that person can not only meet with the departments, work with the departments and their processes, their workflows, et cetera, but also to be able to relay that information to Central Square in this case. So we do have a position budgeted for that. It's vacant right now. So I'm going to start that process. Since the project is still in the initial stages, so that's going to be for the entire city. It's not just for building, permitting,
Right.
It's going to be for everyone. So that's the goal, to kind of help us bridge that gap and also have someone who can guide and, for if they have to coordinate training or any of that with the Central Square, they can also do that. So it's not just for the one department. It's all technology,
right?
Not just ERP. So that's the goal with that position.
So you've already done it. Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
Just one thing to add, I believe it is the same company or vendor. It's just a different version of the software. So that should greatly help things. That position, like you said, I think is absolutely pivotal. I've been through this with major enterprises before. The one thing that I would say that I saw that was missing from our process was the idea of user acceptance testing and treating the public as the user. So oftentimes in enterprises, when we're looking at systems like this, we look at it from the light of, I'm an expert at what I do. I know a lot about planning and zoning. So when I'm looking at a screen, my eye glances over it and I can pinpoint things right away. Boom, 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 boom. Or I'm an expert in finance. So Excel to me is no problem whatsoever. But then you take somebody who's a housewife or, a pipe coverer and you stick them on a system like that. They don't have a clue because that's not the world that they live in. And the end user of at least the public facing side of this is going to be our people looking to put an addition on, people looking to get windows done. And I would say if we were to allocate something new, would be to do at least some semblance of user acceptance testing with the public, maybe with the advisory boards. They're a good mix where they're members of the public but they also know a lot about planning and zoning or historic and so on, just to make sure that the user experience from the outside in is really good. Because you could have the best system in the world on the back end, and if the front end user experience pisses people off, they're still going to blame us, and and they're still going to make mistakes. And I think one thing that I took out of that report was intake suffers greatly. The poor, people in our customer service and intake department bear the brunt of that, and a lot of it just has to do with confusion on the public's part. And how to navigate them. So wizard-like systems and things like that can be particularly effective. But I would say, if we already have the business analyst, great. But I would say maybe we can do some semblance of user testing just to give input on that.
So for user acceptance, we have to think about two areas, right? One is what the citizens would be seeing and also interfacing with versus what internally we need as a department, right, to support the business. So in that case, for user acceptance, that would be internal staff. They would be the ones, not only are they learning the software, but they're also reviewing the data conversion and also reviewing the processes and creating the new workflows to make sure that they meet their needs, right? That's one side of it. As far as the users, if we could actually have a couple people test it if they wanted to, if they volunteer, we can actually think about that from that aspect of it. I personally like to go as a user and try to test it myself, number one, but I understand I'm more technically inclined, right? So it's a little different.
No better person to break a system than the general public.
Yes.
They will click on things and we've never thought of.
So currently, there's processes that exist that more are inquiry based. So with the new system, we're trying to eliminate the web forms to have actually the data where the let's say the permit person or the citizens are actually able to apply for the permit, enter in their information, and then that information is reviewed by the department. And if it's acceptable with the information that they've entered and the documents provided, then is when they approve that permit, right? It would not be approved until that's reviewed. So we have ways of doing that, and we can definitely look into that. To see how we can get involved. Perhaps you can use the board, right? The commissioners to actually do it, right? You're not familiar with the process. We can actually use great candidates, I think, right? I don't know. That's my suggestion.
Good.
I certainly agree with Commissioner Segris. You get some outside people to look at it and try it.
For the citizen interface, for sure. Internally, that's a little different because you need to know,
of course,
the business process.
Thank you. I am the person who looked at the process of signing up for budget billing with utility when I first came on. I had to print the form, which meant I had to have paper and ink and have access to a printer. Then I had to fill out the form, then I had to scan it and email it back to an email, and I would hear in 3 to 7 days. Thank God I took it to Juan Ruiz. I was on the ceiling the next day and he's like, oh, we can fix this easily. So thank you, because I think you're part of that process. Couple questions. ADA compliance. When I'm thinking about people who are on the other side of the screen, I know that there's a lot of laws in regards to ADA compliance of people filling out forms or having a hearing impairment or things. Do we have those tools in place, or is it part of our rollout system?
That's part of the system. It has to be ADA compliant.
Okay. I know that when I fill out a survey,
it's on the vendor though. That's the vendor's responsibility. We don't do anything internally with that.
Okay, so
because they're hosting, they are hosting it. Mm-hmm.
So if I'm filling out a survey, I did one today, it wouldn't let me click submit because it said you failed to answer a question. Every single thing that we do in the city should have that fail safe. I don't care if you're applying for a permit for parking or a permit to build a whole garage. You should not be able to submit that unless it is complete.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with when I applied for something, I had to scan the front and the back of my license. It wasn't scanned right. Error code rescan.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that when we do this, that we're making sure that all those implementations are put in, because the last thing we want to hear is, yeah, great, you got a software system. Yes, you've upgraded, but it's been 3 weeks and now William Waters Department and Planning and Zoning and the building department is all, again, being yelled at, when really we could have fixed it on the front end and said, is it the right PDF? Does it have the right information? Is it too big? Is it the file too big or too small? So I'm just hoping that we look at all those details when we do finally launch this.
Just keep in mind, so the software is already, it's what we call out of the box, right? You just purchase what they have, right? And then it's configured to our needs. So we decide what fields are going to be available or not, which ones are mandatory or not, or required. So that is part of the process of the implementation. I don't know enough of the software itself to tell you it's going to work exactly A, B, C, D, right? I don't know that. But obviously that is what we're going through the process right now. What William referenced was a business overview, business process overview, and it was a whole week with every single department and one day of everyone, and then they broke it down by the divisions. They gathered the information, and with that, they actually build up the tables and based on our needs.
Okay.
So that was the first step, right? Yeah, well, obviously we know what the needs are and the requirements are, so hopefully we can actually, satisfy those demands and needs. And if we have to have some modifications done, then we look into that as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's now 3:30 and we are where? We are at code, yeah. We started code, building fund and code remediation fund. Any questions on that, Ms. Malega?
I actually have a general question. I think this is more for HR than even for the code department. How many of our employees are working from home? Are we all hands on deck now? Do we have some staff that work from home 2 days a week? Where are we with? I know that there are some agencies, some cities who said everybody works from the city now. Nobody gets to work from home unless it's a dire emergency. So I'd like to know what our policy is.
Lauren Slayton, HR director. Am I on? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody should be working at physically in the office. We do occasionally accommodate for employees who are able to work from home. If somebody has COVID, can work from home that does administrative work, that kind of thing. Somebody needs to wait for the cable guy. We'll let people work from home, but generally as a rule, everybody is hands on deck working physically in the city.
So we don't have any staff that works 2 or 3 days from home on a regular basis.
We have a part-time person. We have 2 part-time people that work remotely for the electric department. One does, I'm not sure what he does. It's all like revenue collection and that kind of stuff.
Here.
I'm sure Brian
Webmaster.
that's right. That's right.
So I do have 2, Nelly Peralta, IT director. I do have staff members that work remotely, the webmaster who's full-time position, and then the GIS who is a part-time. And then occasionally we do have staff that work remotely.
Okay, so my question, like the website last week, it said that our budget workshop was going to be in the back of Brooks. If I have a guy who's working from home and the website information is inaccurate, that concerns me. So I think that's more of an internal conversation we need to have.
He's in Texas too.
Because that to me is concerning. Like I said, our budget workshop said location, back room of Brooks. And if that's his job and he's not working from the city, one of our 18,000 buildings that we own, that concerns me.
I will take a look at it. I was out the past
Yeah, because
2
that's
weeks,
just
so I don't
about
know.
like information, like incorrect information, but with IT though, you
What did
can
anybody tell
work from anywhere.
Yes, exactly.
So that's just, we'll find out what's going on with that.
them? Yes, ma'am?
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
actually, there was a problem with the link. So the location said City Hall, but the link went to Brogues, and that was corrected.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? I see a couple more lights on. It's 3:30.
Hi, Nanette McTagg, customer service. I have 2 people that work from home. One is a part-time, which really works for us because that person, as well as the other full-time, they can process new service apps after 6 o'clock on the holidays, on the weekends. It works very well for us. But that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich, Mr. McVoy, is this on, where are we at? Code?
On the topic of work from home, if we do have individuals working from home, like the webmaster, we should have some sort of productivity management software on their machines so that we're sure that they're actually working on what they're supposed to be working. I mean, traditionally in IT, it's the world I come from. Work from home equals I have 3 jobs and I work them all at the same time. So I would be more in favor of a policy that there is no work from home unless absolutely required by something.
Well, I mean, I think they've explained the ones that they have. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McBoy, and we keep it on the time.
One of the things that we talk about a lot is that we are not always able to attract staff with the highest wages. We, from what I understand, management staff works hard to find ways to make us an attractive place to work. Working remotely certainly has been something that in the business world has been an attractive feature. So I would be cautious about us hamstringing our management if there are situations, certain employees or certain situations where the work can be done anywhere and it doesn't really matter. Sure, have some sort of way of make sure there's some accountability and so on. But we also speak a lot of how highly we think of our staff. If we're telling them we don't trust them, that's not a very good message on how highly we think of them. So I would say, let's be careful about how we proceed forward. Make sure that, yes, of course, we want our residents, we want our employees to be very responsive to residents, but that does not necessarily have to be done only by one mechanism.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
I just wanted to mention real quick since we're talking about it. In terms of our webmaster and our GIS, anytime, and I know I've heard from other staff too, that I said anything, if I need some maps done real quick or something like that on the fly, that stuff comes back really quickly the day of. Like I've never been able to I've never had a hard time getting hold of Keith. Like you pick up, he'll answer at any time. Anything you need changed, he changes it very quickly. Same with GIS. They're very quickly right on it. So I would say until, I don't know, Nelly, if you have anything to add to that, but we've never had any issues as far as that's concerned and making sure that the actual work is getting done.
Nelly Peralta, IT Director. So in reference to GIS, for example, he's only a part-time employee. The way I see it is if I'm able to have someone work part-time and comply with all the requirements and the needs of the city, why not? Because we would spend a lot more for a full-time position just to have him here in-house. So I kind of have to balance my budget with the services provided to the department and also the benefits that not only they receive, but I receive personally, the flexibility. And as you mentioned, it is a very competitive world, especially with IT. A lot of the jobs are remote. So if I am able to work with my staff, you give and you take kind of relationship that I'm satisfied with their work, which is managed, by the way. That's why we have a help desk. And I know we tell everyone, put in a help desk. They'll call us on the phone, put in a ticket. That's so we can monitor the productivity and also the workload that the individual has. So for IT, it is really, it's not a perk. It's actually a benefit to us because many times I can call staff who's on vacation and they will jump on. I was actually on vacation 2 weeks and I actually jumped onto the system because that's just what we do. And I know our schedule's not 24/7 in paper, but it is. We get a call anytime and we most likely will respond very
My
quick.
question wasn't for IT, it was staffing in general, because I do know that there are some times where, well, that person's working from home today. How often do we get to work from home? Like, that's what my question was in regards to policy. Because as electeds, we sometimes hear complaints, and I've heard complaints of somebody who gets paid to be in office X amount of hours, but is hardly ever there X amount of hours. So there's difference between salary and hourly as well. So it had nothing to do with IT.
Yeah, and in IT in our world, those who do work are as salaried except for the part-time, right? For the part-time, so.
You might want to take that other issue up private.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. No more building fund and code remediation fund questions. We'll move on. Internal services funds. A benefits fund. Who's up? Any questions? I'm looking for my tab. Self-insurance. fund.
in the blue one.
195 is self-insurance.
Yeah, we're starting with benefits and 205 or the itemization starting on page 210.
Okay. Any questions for staff? I don't see any. Oh, Ms. Malika, active data.
I do. So I think we talked about this the last time, the 5% that we just negotiated with the union. Then we have the COLA that's automatically rolled in.
It's already included in 26.
Correct.
So 5% for 25 was in last year's budget.
Right.
And the COLA 5% for 26 has been included.
Okay, and the comp and class study trajectory that we have everybody on is all included in the 2026, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
I just want to add, there may be some salary adjustments, or we usually do the salary schedule in the first hearing. So we're just going to go through everything and revisit all the salary schedule updates and make sure that's all included for work between workshop 2 and the first.
Mr. Segrich?
So on the self-insurance fund, looking at the historical, it seems like the actuals. Oh, sorry. I am on page, it's not really page 91 of the tiny book. That
supplementals.
That one, yeah. Yeah, the one that has the graphs.
What page?
Roughly page 91. It compares 2021, 2022, 2023, 24. So it seems like the actuals are always very much higher than what we're budgeting in there. And when I asked about the property and liability, which is the main, basically, way money gets into this fund, we started to explain that a lot of it has to do with claims that are in there. What kind of coverages, like to what levels are we covered for the $3 million in premiums for the property and liability? Like to what level does that get us?
I'm going to defer to Director Slade.
Like 1 million, 3 million, 2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just generally.
I don't have access to what you're looking at, but what I can promise to do is get those numbers for you and send them to you after.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more lights on. No self-insurance fund, no information tech fund, no garage fund questions. Okay, that's what we're on now.
Garage is on 187 of the large blue book.
Is that what you're asking about? Yeah, go ahead.
But my major question is how is the allocation determined for IT across the different funds? Because looking at like the pool had IT almost like $30,000 for the pool. How does that work? Is it just more of a general formula, or is it based on specific services you offer?
Nelly Peralta, IT Director. So the allocations are based on the services categories that we have created. Those service categories go from PC support to network access to network connectivities, cell phones, telecommunications, etc. So I have a list of that if you need that. GIS services, web services, etc. That's how that's broken down. So it's based by units. So example, your laptop counts for 1 unit, and then the cost of PC support, let's say it's 200, we have, let's say 100 laptops, then we know the calculation based on the number of units. That's how the allocation is.
Okay, so we had a question on a particular fund allocation, we could get a breakdown.
Yes. So then in addition to that, we have what we call direct costs. Direct costs are, let's say, a software that's specifically used just for that one department. I could put example, Leisure Services has WebTrack. That cost is just for them to run their business, and therefore it's charged to them. So that's correct. Yes.
So when I return my laptop, I save the commission money.
Thank you.
Well, keep in mind that the cost regardless is, let's say
already there.
200, and now you have, instead of 200 laptops, you only have 199. Still, I have to allocate the $200,000 amongst us, the entire department or the city. Well, what we are trying to do is minimize the number of devices, right? So basically 1 device per user instead of having a desktop and a laptop. It's a lot, you pay additional fees for the licensing, et cetera. So that's what we're trying to do, consolidate to one device only.
Thank you. Any other questions on this internal services garage information technology? I think we have no lights on. Then we're supposed to, between 4 and 4:55, a schedule of fee discussion.
We are actually going to request to move that to workshop 2 because we just finished the schedule of fees this morning and we want you to have time to review it. So if that's okay, your books are, we'll have Ms. Shona give you your booklets like you usually receive. And then we can also email it if you'd like and start that discussion in workshop 2 in case you have some. Is that okay, Mr. Brown?
I have no problem with that. I mean, we need it ahead of time before we talked about it anyway. Ms. Malega?
I just wanted to know before we break, if we can talk about the park rangers, it's on the discretionary.
Yes. And I have one update. Can I just add, there was a question about I actually already talked about the contribution. Never mind. I already said that.
Never mind. But what about the park ranger?
So yes, we'll move on to the supplemental request.
Yeah.
As you guys have the conversation on the park rangers, if we can get a sense of exactly what you would want them doing and exactly at what time of day you would want them to do it.
Well,
that would be helpful, because what has been described before basically sounds like additional groundskeeper, 1 or 2 positions if they're just going to be patrolling the parks. Now, if you're wanting them to enforce or something, it's also what level of enforcement. Do they need a weapon? Because that's almost like an additional, I always throw out like a whack and hut, like a security company, that there are different levels of security companies you can hire. Some carry, some do not carry. If this is at nighttime and past a certain time of night, they would need to be able to protect themselves. So depending on what you guys are looking for, would depend on what we would actually need for these rangers.
All right, let's do this. Let's take it from the district 1, 2, 3, 4. What were your expectations?
Thank you. I've been advocating for this since I got on the board. We have rules and regulations that are not enforced. PBSO multiple times has told me they're not going to enforce that. They're not going to spend time. I would like a morning park ranger, just like the county has, who controls from 8 a.m. till 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And then somebody who comes on and they have an hour lap, 2 o'clock to 8, when the parks are supposed to be closed and gated. Instead of Parks and Rec Department doing that, the park ranger could then do that job. I would like them to be able to write citations if there's open alcohol containers. If somebody's smoking in the park, if somebody's has a dog that's not on a leash, call PBSO for backup. I don't know if it makes more sense for us to consult with PBSO and getting one of their community service people who show up at car accidents, or piggybacking on some of their park rangers with the county. I don't know if that's possible for us to do that. But I would like to have all of our parks patrolled.
But
They're 7 square miles. It's not that much.
Right. I think Mr. Brown is asking a specific, you just said 8 to 3 and then 3
Yeah.
to 8.
So, I mean, I would like it 7 days a week.
That's more than 2 people.
I want our residents to feel safe. I think that we need to, again, increase the level of service. We have passed ordinances up here that are not being unfortunately followed. And sometimes it's on us to educate. But at some time, we have to start enforcing because people think that Lake Worth Beach is a joke. And the park rangers is to help PBSO, to help staff, and to just start showing that we're paying attention. Like I should not be getting a phone call on a Saturday morning at 8 a.m. telling me that there's 7 jet skis lined up being rented on our boat dock. That's not my job. And I think that if we had a park ranger or somebody who was paying attention to those things, then we would be better stewards of everyone's property and money. So I think 2 minimum, 7 days a week, enforcement, writing citations, however that looks.
You're looking at 6 or 7.
Right, you're looking at 6 or 7 people.
Whatever.
You can't do 7 days a week, 2 shifts a day with 2 people, because you also have to account for vacation, sick time, all that other stuff to make sure you have coverage. So quick math, you're looking at a minimum of 7 full-time employee FTEs.
8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is 12 hours.
Yeah.
But you're talking about, that's 2 different shifts. You can't work.
Correct.
Times 7.
Yeah, so you're talking 2 people for 1 shift, 2 people for a second shift. So you're talking 4 people every day.
No, I
So
said
she's saying one
total.
person.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
But they're not working 7 days a week. And also you have to keep in mind that we have multiple parks around the city. So you can't have 1 person or even 2 people working 12-hour shifts in all the parks in the city to cover that.
How many hours do our staff put in right now? I mean, I see overtime paid all the time. So, I mean, are we an 8-hour a day city? Are we 4 days a week? You work 10 hours?
It's a standard 40-hour work week. So that's 8 hours, 5 days a week.
It's standard, but that's not every single department because there's some department that.
Yeah, like Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So like lifeguards would work the 410s. So it's just different for that. But yes, for
solid waste,
40.
Right, so I mean, even if we looked at being creative with 4 10-hour shifts, whatever, that is why you guys are the professionals, but we've been talking about this for years. So I would hope that staff would be able to come to us and say, you've been talking about this. Here's some ideas. Captain Karn is supporting this because he said if we give him more money, he's just going to put another deputy on the streets, and that's not going to help us.
Yeah. Following up on what Jamie was mentioning, we have 19 parks, but then we also, if we're looking at the greenways and the green spaces, and if we're looking at the boat ramp, we're getting up into the 30s. And we have started the research. It's not anywhere complete, but we're just giving you an idea for today. We researched some of our neighboring municipalities and looking at like the city of Boynton, who has 29 parks. They have over 8 full-time and 1 part-time. So just kind of going with what you were mentioning, that is what the range we're actually would be looking at for that standard of level of.
It's also a lot bigger than us. So we'd have to look at somebody comparable in size to 7 square miles and not as many.
And I think Bryan Park and South Parkway. South Park.
There's Howard Park, there's Sunset Ridge.
Right. And I don't know that we have.
Yeah, we have 33, but some of them we just did our open space.
It's
Right.
not as big as Boynton.
Right.
Right. And also, I mean, the complaints I get mostly are from Bryan Park. I'm sure there's others, but.
You can come back with a number.
Yeah.
But I just want to let everyone know that it's not going to be 1 or 2 people. It's going to be building basically a
whole new department.
It's a new division under basically leisure.
Yes.
So it's going to be a completely,
Even if we did something like don't look at me like that. Not the full thing of what we eventually would want, because that's a lot of people, and a lot of money, and a lot of staff. But we do need a more visible presence in the parks. So even if we did a limited number of hours now to start out with, and just see if that has an effect on the behaviors in the park that we're having trouble with. Maybe start out small and work up from there, because we hopefully in the next 2 years we will have more income coming in, revenue, when we start.
Well, because last year we did pay for a deputy or what do you call whacking hut? What'd you call them?
Whacking.
It's
We had it at the library around the cultural plaza. And I can't remember what that 1-year contract cost or what the benefit was to that, but this is something I would be willing to support, something in steps, but a concrete plan, because again, 4 years later, we're still talking about it.
And
Before you
I
play
will say
around with the money.
that, look, initially at least, looking at like an outsourced option would definitely be from a cost standpoint, the most beneficial, because if we start looking at adding all these additional FTEs, we're now adding another 39 to 42% on top of that because you have benefits and everything else. So from a cost standpoint, looking at outsourcing that to some type of,
Always work out cheaper because I mean, I
not always.
really, I would like to look at that because if I prefer in-house.
Yeah.
Because then you can make a phone call and go shape up, right?
And could
Or,
they write
you know, that-
citations if they're outsourced?
Well, and again,
We'd have to find out what they can do anyway.
and that's why I was asking for what level of security or whatever you guys are looking for, because we'd have to make sure that they are able to, they would be enforcing whatever the ordinances are that we would tell them they can.
So if we had two, like, if we started, because we're saying, you know, two people here, 228. I mean, we've knocked off some 250s off of the other stuff, and we do have a little money there. I think just to start out with and do the research first, but I just think our citizens would be happy to see that we are taking some motion forward in terms of the parks.
We'll come with something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Not going down the road.
Oh, we're okay, we can go down. I thought they were gonna come back to us with some stuff, we'd have more concrete.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. We can go down the road, 4 if you wanted to go down the road.
I mean, that's what you said.
Okay, Mr. McBoy, you're up.
I use Bryant Park. That's the one that seems to get the most comment. I use it quite a bit. I use it with people who are considerably older than I am. And a lot of the concern that I hear, oh, people don't feel safe, isn't the experience that I or people with me have. And a question of how do you make feeling safe is a perception. And some people will not feel safe ever. Some people will feel safe only if they have a bodyguard next to them at all times. Perception is a very squishy thing. And I think we should listen to the practical aspects. Do you want people who are armed? Is that the look you want for your city, to have armed people wandering around your parks? I'm not sure that there would be a lot of enthusiasm for that. Certainly if they're there at night, they're going to have to be armed. I would assume that armed people are going to be more expensive than non-armed people. I can't imagine that it's otherwise. If you want people to have authority to write citations, I'm guessing that that means they have to know all of the laws. They have to know when you can apply them, when you're not, so that we're not getting lawsuits against us for doing it not the right way. This sounds to me like a lot of expense. I have a real difficulty with what I heard from Commissioner Malega that said that PBSO has told her, apparently, we're not doing this. What? What? This is our biggest expense in our budget, and what they are signed up for is to enforce our laws. And for them to come back and say, we're not doing it. We just talked about employees who work from home. If they said, hey, sorry, I'm not doing that, they wouldn't be employees here for very long. The fact that PBSO has us in a monopoly situation, just like our city manager described with waste management. You work it out that they get rid of their own vehicles, their own people, their own stuff. Now their only option in town is PBSO. And we're going to accept that they say, nope, sorry, we're not doing that. I think we should definitely need to talk to them, particularly in light of what the mayor says. Hey, how about if we start small? How about if we look at where there are actual focus problems? I live right across from Sunset Ridge. There's essentially no problem. There are people around a lot of time, and mostly it works fine. I can't speak to the other 29 parks that we have. I can speak to Bryant Park. I think there are certain parts of the park, particularly way down at the south end, that maybe sometimes people gather. I think if you work out relationships with the folks and say, hey, guys, don't crank your stereos up too high. There's some things that you can't do. You can be here, you can use the park, but be considerate of the other people. Developing that relationship, which can be done by PVSO officers, can be done with fairly limited amount of time there. I see them come through, not a lot, but I see them come through. So people know that they're present. I think the idea of spending money, and remember, although I've talked with our staff, particularly the finance director, and instructed him to buy ink and start printing money in the basement, he tells me he's not going to do that. None of his staff want to do it either. So if you allocate, what are we looking at here? The proposal, $250,000 or something or other. And that's clearly, it's been indicated that's not realistic. Then you don't spend that money on something else. And I hear from people in the community, hey, parts of our city don't even have a place for kids to go. Commissioner May's district, we hear regularly from people who they say, hey, there is no park. The kind of is with the can't think of the name now, the one that's on the canal. There sort of is, Shilway, thank you. But what about taking that $250,000 and knocking off a little corner of the golf course and let that be an area? I think spending money to enforce dogs not on leashes. I see dogs going into the park when I'm there, and I'm there for a while. Some people bring their dogs on a leash, some people don't. I've never seen a problem. The people that let their dogs off the leash, they seem to always have their stuff with them to pick up after them. They seem to work out all right with their neighbors, whatnot. Let's not make problems and spend money where we don't have one. Let's spend money on giving better park access to where we are limited.
Thank you. I'm going to say, you can say your experience hasn't been that you haven't seen that, but I would love to have the folks that have called me saying, I've just watched, 3 people defecate in the park by the park. The perception is also, that's your perception. There's other perceptions, and we hear a lot about it. So I'm going to go down, Ms. May.
Yeah, so I'm hearing yes, no, yes, yes, and I don't know what he's gonna say. But the littering, the smoking, the dogs, all of those things are the quality of life things. And that's what we talked about. I know that's what I ran on, so I'm 100% on this. And I mean, even when you go over to the beach club, there's no smoking there. Doesn't matter. You're smoking all over the place. Until I walk up to him and say, I'm a commissioner and you're gonna put that out, but I shouldn't have to do that. So yeah, we have some issues there. And I think that, we need to listen to the constituents. I'm glad that Mr. McVoy, you have a perfect experience at the park. That is not what I'm hearing from my constituents. I have people who will not go downtown. I will not go in the park. I will not go downtown. Why can't you deal with this? Why are there zombies everywhere? That's a big issue. And if this is, if this is something that we can start dealing with a little bit at a time with some park rangers, let's do it and see what happens. There's also law enforcement officials who are off duty. Couldn't we hire off-duty police? Couldn't we hire community policing? There's other options of how to do it. I don't know exactly what those are, but I'm sure, I know that I've talked to Mr. Perry about it too, and I know you have some ideas on this. So I would love to have Mr. Perry come back with some ideas for us, because I know we've talked about it before. But I don't think that just because it might cost a little money that we do the whole idea. It's too important.
Well, workshop too.
Mr. Segrich?
So looking at the cost, if we were to increase PVSO by deputies to try to get this kind of coverage dedicated to this task, it'd be 4 times the cost. And it's just not what those guys are trained to do day in, day out. And I've been working with them for months now, side by side, correcting issues, helping work out policy things, and Jamie and the attorneys and Mr. Perry and all of us. There's been things that they corrected and figured out, and now they can actually trespass people and working it out. but it's still not happening at the level that we need because they're busy. They're busy handling other things, stabbings, murders, prostitution, and so on. Our parks need attention. I would disagree a little bit with Sarah on the times. I do think we need daytime and while the parks are open, but we do need that nighttime and after hours enforcement because that's when a lot of these activities, at least that I see, go on. And I'm paying more attention to the drugs, the prostitution, and so on. And this is a serious problem. There are a lot of people concerned about it, and it can't be dismissed. I had to talk to a 16-year-old girl who had to witness people fornicating right outside her door because of one of the easements that she lives next to. We're going to be asked as a commission to potentially abandon an easement because of the drugs and prostitution and continued activities that have gone on there without much enforcement. Now, we've made great strides in that, and we're going to continue to work at that. Saying that a couple people hang out at the Southern Pavilion, you get the emails. A man down there tied a knife to a 6-foot pole and tried to stab people. That's not a barbecue. That's an active criminal presence, and that's what we have down there. And so without belaboring the point and so on, I've literally made hundreds of calls for service, not for little issues, real crimes going on down there. And it's putting an undue burden on our residents, an undue burden on PBSO. You talk about what's the look the city wants to have, armed people in our parks. I encourage you to go to Bryant Park at 9 p.m. You're going to see armed deputies sitting in the parks, patrolling, because they have to, going around on the megaphone. That's, we already have that. And if we have people that are dedicated to looking at the parks and addressing this issue, these issues will lessen, and we probably will be able to get away with less and less enforcement. I don't think we need a team of 10. And I look at our poor parking division. We have 5 people handling the whole city, and there probably should be 8 or 10, right? But it doesn't mean we don't enforce it with the 5 people we have. So if we can get 2 dedicated, well, that's better than 0. And if we can get creative with the hours they work, maybe they work 4 10s, maybe they work 3 7s, who knows? Maybe it's part-time here, or they have flex schedules where they surprise. This week they're working in nights, next week they're working days, but something, as well as, the community patrol. I reached out to PBSO about their community programs, and maybe we get something like that involved and get some of the neighborhood involved. But, to answer your specific question of what we need, I would agree. These people need to be armed, because I can tell you, I've been down there, and you are not wanting to deal with what's going down there if you are not protected. So it's either going to have to be a PBSO presence or some sort of trained individual who can comfortably call PBSO. But I would be in support of dedicating funds to this and exploring it further.
Thank you. My turn. I do believe we need to do this. I would like to start at a slow pace, because I think one of the things, besides perception of we are taking steps within our budget, within our protocol, also I think the people that will do this job hopefully will also develop. I mean, when I go down there and talk to the guys at the South Pavilion, they don't shoot at me, they talk to me. And I think that if we have somebody down there on a regular basis, they will develop those relationships. They can talk to the guys and say, listen, do you need help? Call the sheriff. We've got this homeless intervention, to build relationships, because it's a pretty regular group. I know you see the same people a lot down there, but we can't ignore the problem. We have to be responsive to our citizens. And so I think consensus is we need something. I don't necessarily agree with armed. Honestly, I don't necessarily agree with armed. Whips, they should be whips. So I don't know. So it sounds like we're directing staff to take a look through Parks and Recreation, through finance, through PBSO, to delve into this before we do anything. But I also think we also saying that we want to take this 250 and set it aside for something to start when we come up with something.
We will come back with some options for
Okay.
you guys to look at.
Sure.
I will say that, would not recommend PBSO, like I said, right off the bat. Because I believe it was what, 180, 190 per deputy. So if you're looking at 4 or 5 deputy, I mean, we're looking at a substantial increase to our current contract. And as we've heard before, they can put them in a certain location. As soon as there's a call,
Right, they're gone.
they're gone.
See, I mean, a lot of this is eyes and ears. I'm sorry, on the, to continue on my 4 minutes, eyes and ears on the park. I mean, if there's a pile of poop in the park, then we've got somebody walking over, oh wait, we've got to fix this, we've got to take care of this. If there is a, you might say people walking their dogs, but there have been problems with dogs off leashes. And, at some point I would love to have a dog park somewhere, but I mean, it is a problem. It is a problem when a big dog is off the leash and they attack a little poodle. It happens. So I think eyes on the problem, eyes on the situation, if there's a citizen in the park and there's somebody they can go to and say, hey, this is going on down there, or I just saw a bunch of needles down there, that our person goes and takes care of it. Short of armed police, but a representative. So that's kind of where I'm going. So I think we've given.
Now, I will say, based on those comments, that would be something that's a staff thing like our ground staff does.
Right.
So these particular people, especially if you're looking at like a security, they're not going to be addressing any of those issues. If they see needles, if they see, very sort of defecation, different things happening, they're not going to do any of that.
Who they?
Whoever we're talking. If we're,
The park rangers are not, they're going to walk past it and ignore
Or
it.
they're gonna call staff and
Right.
say.
Right, that's what I'm
but
saying.
they're not going to do litter control and stuff.
No, but there'll be, but someone will see it and make a phone call or do something about it. And people, something, well, they don't know who's doing it. If they find it in the park. Unless you do a DNA test. So, yeah, okay, so we have given, I see your lights on, we've discussed this a lot. We've got staff direction. And I think it's time to talk to Mr. Brown.
I had one more thing, and it's related to fee schedule. Mr. Waters, you mind coming on down? Because I want to discuss something real quick since we have a little time here, because it will change copies of the fee schedule you guys have. But it's a
One item that has come up, I guess, at the last workshop and today was the actual cost of service.
Right.
And this is my 16th budget, I believe. And in certain aspects, reviews of historic preservation applications, reviews of development applications, the processing of code compliance cases, there's never been an appetite to actually cover the entire cost of service for providing those, because we would be economically at a disadvantage when it comes to enticing new businesses, trying to encourage people to invest in their properties. So I was hoping to try to get some consensus from you all whether you wanted us to provide for you some estimate of what the actual cost of service. As an example, we've depended for many, many years that the larger building permit applicants subsidize the minimum building permit fee, which is at $67. The actual cost of an average building permit that is not one that's related to its value of $1,000 or more is more close to 110 to 115. Will the constituents of Lake Worth Beach be open to having the minimum building permit fee practically double? I don't think so. We also have complaints that are coming in from our larger projects in that the state has allowed a much broader breadth of ability for private providers to provide their inspection services and sometimes their plan review. We don't make a distinction. If you come in and get a building permit, you're charged what the fee schedule is. And we still do have the right to do inspections. Meeting with people to go over zoning applications, that is a free service. Our concierge service is free. The commission has taken it upon themselves to waive, at least since I've been here, probably $250,000 in planning, zoning, and preservation fees for various projects. I won't go into all of them that got a fee waive, but some of them you're familiar with. And some of those are like $20,000, $25,000 a pop. So if you would like us to provide a better accounting of what the actual cost in average terms of providing a service like a zoning review or a co-compliance hearing before the special magistrate, we can do that. but I need a little bit of time. So I want to be prepared for your discussion on the 21st.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. I'm 100% on board with that because we have to have a value. It's funny because we were at FMEA, somebody said the other day, it's not free, it's just no cost to you.
Right.
It does cost somebody. And that is a paradigm mind shift when you say something like that. And we have the most talented staff who put a lot of time and energy in. And we just had a 5% increase. We know that we're having more fees come in. Our health insurance went up just a little bit, but we have to have a cost of service on everything that we do. We cannot run at a deficit and continue in this trajectory because, like Commissioner Segrich said earlier, potholes. I mean, we have things that need to be fixed. So I'm 100% on board of looking at what is our real cost of service. We're not trying to make money on our residents.
Right.
And I, for one, if I came in next year and applied for a building permit, it's not like I look at your fee schedule 3 years back and know that that was increased if I've never applied for it before. It's what you don't know until you have to pay for it. And I mean, we always do transparency, but there's nothing wrong with us being transparent and saying the cost of service for this is X and we need to capture that back. I'm 100% in support of that.
Thank you. Yeah. And I mean, if I have a building project and I'm spending $75,000 on it or whatever that is, and the fee went from 47 to 110, that's really a small piece of what my soft costs are going to be. Mr. McBoy?
You mentioned, Mr. Waters, bringing back us average costs. I would just caution there. I would like to know what are the costs, some of the ones that have $25,000 fees that we've waived. I'd like to give some, have some idea of where we've done that. And then I'd like some comparison to other communities so that we know where we fit relative to that. And then I'd also like to know, we talk a lot, we need money for roads and this and that. Please give us any restrictions on if we raised our fees, can the extra money that comes in be used for potholes? Otherwise, we're talking smoke. I don't think that they can. I think that there are quite a bit of restrictions. If you raise the fees, that's fine, but it can only stay in that department.
Yeah.
So I'd like that information as you give us some back. And yes, I would like more background information. That's always helpful, but with those additional caveats.
Well, I think, if we know how much it costs to do it, that's pretty bottom line, pretty basic. Mr. Segrich.
I think that would be very helpful. I would like to understand just some of the common projects that people have: a roof, vents, windows, some of those smaller, not necessarily lump them all together. And I would be really interested to understand if we did more things by right, whether that would help, or there's some sort of administrative approval that could help with some of those smaller permits to not only help them get processed cheaper, but faster. Because I think the moment people start listening and they start hearing, we're thinking of increasing our permit fees, the wash of phone calls are going to come in and the permit nightmare stories are going to surface, and people are going to say, we're going to pay you more. We're not even happy with the service we're getting. And I understand could be a lot of squeaky wheels. It could be a lot of back and forth. I'm really excited about the new technology that's coming in because I think that's going to solve a lot of these problems that we have. So I would just also be curious if there's ways that we can make some of these cost less in terms of time and effort on our staff's part for the simple stuff.
So the simple answer, Mr. Waters, is yes, we like that. Thank you. Ms. Malega.
I actually have a question for Mr. Brown. A couple months ago, you had spoken briefly about, you had met with, I want to say it was West Palm Beach Code Department in regards to dumping and the way they address dumping with license plate readers or cameras or something, and you were going to look into bringing that forward for us. Is there any conversation for us to have during budget about this, considering we're talking about dumping and extra pickup days? Should we look at some of our hot spots like you talked about and putting in this system that you were referring to a couple months ago? I think it was West Palm. Said it was.
Yeah, we met with some of the people from West Palm because they've kind of taken a different route as far as enforcement is concerned. So yeah, we can bring that back as part of that conversation.
Do you remember what the cost associated with something like that was, or?
I do not, because they're slightly larger than us.
I
as far
realize
as,
that, but I mean, if we're gonna look at the expense of adding additional pickups, I would like to look at that as a way to find the people, look them up by their license plate and start rendering some of those fees back to us.
Well, that's part of that whole enforcement piece that I was talking about. If we were looking at an additional position, that would be doing that part of the process.
But when we have to have cameras and something else, and I would just like.
Not necessarily. They just had, what they were doing was there were certain locations that were hotspots where people were consistently doing illegal dumping. So they had purchased a certain amount of cameras that were basically, you kind of move them
Right.
at will, and they're putting them up on their poles.
So there's a cost associated for us to do that. So I would just like to know if we can get that information before we make these decisions in regards to Public Works.
Like actually looking at getting cameras, like mobile cameras. To,
Whatever program you referenced from West Palm Beach.
yeah, it was basically just a camera system, a mobile camera system. You could set up mobile surveillance that kind of you could move around from hotspot to hotspot. But yeah.
Little tiny cameras all over. That's what I was thinking about. Mr.
Little trail cam.
He'll lend us a couple. Trail cam. It is 4:14. Do I have a motion?
Can I just
Do I need a
ask
motion?
quickly,
Oh,
if
wait,
you have
I'm
any
sorry.
questions, can you send us, just like you did before? We appreciate that. Send us your questions, email, prior to the next workshop. We'll come back, the next workshop, we'll address questions, significant changes, all the direction that you provided, and then it's going to primarily be the CIP discussion and then schedule of fees. And we want to connect with the city manager's office just to make sure we have all those things captured, and then we'll get you the schedule of fees prior to the next
I know
meeting.
you've been taking copious notes. The
I'm sorry,
21st.
August 21st. And I do have one item, the bank fees for refuse that was related to the investment account.
Okay.
And we'll
Is that an
follow up.
all day? It's another all day workshop.
It's 9:30 to 5 again. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listen, thank you guys. I can't even imagine how
The
you do this.
team. Thank you to the team.